What's up, everybody? How you doing today? Let a couple people come jumping in here. I have the video I did that I deleted last night. I redid it. So let's see. Hi, Natural Healing Echoes. I don't know if you're still here. Meanie Weenie. It's going to be a quick one. I just wanted to get a quick chat in on Monday before going back to work, and hopefully we can all enjoy a little time together on Monday night before Tommy Jude, the pre-Tommy Jude show. So come on in, come on down, come on, join in the chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, he did a bang up job. That was awesome. I don't know why I cleaned my lens. My camera's all. I'm going between dimensions right now, I think is what it is. So give one more minute. Let's see who joins us tonight or this evening. Hope you're having a great Monday. I guess you're my biggest fan today, Natural Healing. I don't know. Give one more minute here and I'll play this video for you. Hopefully Douglas Outlaw will join us. You just got off work 2 hours ago. Don't you work from home, Trish? Just say it. Ah, man. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy Tommy Jude tonight and chill out in there, and then I'm going to hit the hay. I got, hopefully, a big week of making money here. And no, but I want Douglas Outlaw in here. And so I'm just gonna we take it a cappella, 1, 2, 3. If you wanna do the rhyme, then come see me. I got the savoir faire, never quit coming. Alright. Never rock the mic with the pantyhose. I put on my ear goggles. Alright. Oh man. It's been a long day. I had double pepperoni pizza slices at let's see where Jamrock is. Jenn might join us. She's doing stuff at home. So let me see. Alright. Let's see, okay. That's out, Jen's out. Alright. One more sip of drink. Dan, Big Dan in the house. Hell yeah, he's a great addition to the Purge team here. I'm the luckiest guy on YouTube. I'm just a pretty face, as you guys know. And I've assembled the Aquaforce Hunger Force team. And Tony's here. Had it backwards. You can walk down the stairs. Hi, Twiz. How are you? Alright. Let's see. You got Twiz here. James. In the house. Let's go.
Hello, Jeff. Kiki. Oh.
Single for 10 years. It's not a long shot. Somebody just needs to grow a pair and step up. I am shockingly available.
Oh, you get out of the car. Get out. Okay. Get out of the car. Okay, get out of the car. I'm getting out.
In Arkansas, that is State Police Officer Ryan Wingo.
There's no need for that.
Why are you doing that?
He's doing it because his feelings were hurt. And now for this assault, Wingo is getting sued. It is not his first controversy. Last year, he shot to death another motorist. 2 years ago, Wingo fired at a peaceful Black Lives Matter protester, shattering that man's jaw.
Stand up. I'm trying, okay? Come on.
And Wingo has no credibility, as this traffic stop proves.
This is f***ing ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
In this incident near Hot Springs, Arkansas, Charles Donner, a U.S. military veteran, and his wife Brittany were driving behind Wingo. The troopers saw somebody speeding the opposite direction and suddenly pulled a U-turn from a driving lane. The Donners honked their horn from behind. Clearly annoyed, Wingo decided to make it a 360, letting the speeding car go and pulling behind the Donners, who were now in front of him. The dash camera audio went on right as Wingo smashed into the back of their car.
Pull into the parking lot. Pull into the parking lot.
The Donners did pull into the parking lot, and the lines from Officer Ryan Wingo began.
Go and send one of the normal units over here to the shoe factory. I had a car slam on the brakes in front of me.
I had a car slam on the brakes in front of me. No, you flashed your lights, and they pulled over, as they are supposed to do.
They're stating these tales, but I'm fresh in the plan. Saying other soldiers, but I'm just a man. I'm not the fan creeping through the scene. Did a wreck that shot, didn't kill the dream. They're stitching this case like it's made to fit, but I'm calling them out, none of it legit. No car, no loot, no trail to see. You're looking for a villain, but that ain't me. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be. Twist up the story, but it still won't fly. You can't gauge the truth, so why even try? No phone on the tower, no dirt on my name. You're digging for answers in a made-up game. I'm here in the fight, but I'm rolling the show. Truth's got my back, and it's ready to blow. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be.
Gliding across the top. That is mental.
That is sketchy.
Look at the guy in front. He's just gleaming. The guy back is holding the guy back.
Got my back and it's ready to blow. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy,
Speed up!
but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be.
Yep, that's me.
Dynamite!
Facts don't fade and the lies don't stick. Just the same feels turning slow but thick. I'm rising above, no fear in my stride. Truth by my side, got nothing to hide. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be.
Oh, what you doing, bro? That's a female. Oh. Get the doctor. Get the doctor.
I helped her.
I'm your shredder.
Alright, what do you think of that? How do you like that video today? Today I have a kind of a boating theme. They reopened. Hold on, let me turn this down. Sorry, guys. They reopened Treasure Island after the hurricane. All these months, it's more or less been closed. So this guy here.
Treasure Island Causeway Bridge. This is Blue Max Clear. Thank you for the opening.
Captain, great day out there. Treasure Island on 9.
And it is, I'm telling you, today we're having some hurricane style winds going on. Got Vegas in the house. Are you hanging with AR, Andy Ruler? Good to see you, Dynamite. Natural healing on there. You already here? Okay, alright.
You bulldoze the truth, left the questions to fade. Buried the answers in the mess you made. Truth and transparency, let us cutting the wire. Striking a match to the house of your fire. You bulldoze the truth, left the questions to fade. Buried the answers in the mess you made. Truth and transparency, let us cutting the wire. Striking a match to the house of your fire. You can't break what you can't erase. Your lies will burn in the light they face. Truth's a storm that you can't contain. It'll drown your empire in the weight of my pain. Your hollow throne, your gilded disguise will crumble and fall as the reckoning rise. How'd you find him? The question repeats, but the answers are buried.
These are a 4,000 horsepower Lamborghini engine. Can you imagine how fast that thing can go in the open seas?
On its twisted creed. Lotta's voices of thunder, breaking the night, shattering the silence, exposing the fight. Justice isn't blind.
You gotta have some coin just to get on that thing. A little annoying. Hold it.
A system diseased, built on power and the lives it seized. You thought your lies could silence my flame, but the fire is spreading. It's calling your name.
This right here is the ultimate billionaire toy. It's a supercar of submarine. And I didn't even know that this existed. Then we're gonna take a look around. It's gonna be the video of the year, so make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, and watch until the end. I'm gonna jump inside of this thing and dive 100 meters underwater. I don't know what I'm feeling. I'm pretty excited. Recent submarines are like military-grade submarines with big, thick metal teeth, kind of ugly. This thing looks freaking sick. Look at it, man. It looks exactly like a supercar. So this one is basically designed for 2 people. This is called the Nemo 2. They also have the Nemo 1, which is made for 1 person. Let's start off with the obvious.
There's apparently a bunch of private submarine company. I know one of them's in Aruba, where my mom's from, and they have a private submarine company. It's like model trains. I always wanted a submarine as a little kid.
Yo, check this out.
So this whole fad is really got me.
Oh yeah? Oh, okay, that's where you can go now. Okay, this is so trippy, man. Holy crap. This is crazy.
So now we're fishing underwater. Is that them? That's them. So this is my joystick, this is my arm. You see that right there? So I could just, open and close. Pretty flexible, it's pretty easy to use, to be honest. Alright, check this out. So we got a ship right here. We are 46 meters underwater, and if you look closely, you got a lionfish right there. Super poisonous. Will that kill?
Pretty crazy, right? Anyway, most stuff here. Let's see here. Nice to see everybody. Danger Zone, that shit crazy. What's going on, y'all? Mommy Ball. Nice to see y'all with us. I hope you got to catch last night's live. It was a lot of fun with JJ Vance. And let's see here. Okay. So I posted this on my community page. And then I'm going to put this on my high resolution monitor here. Hopefully you guys can still see. I think you can still see. I'm assuming. So this girl was missing the last couple days and here in St. Pete, I guess. And this is one of those social media lessons there. It's Miranda Corset, 16, was missing since February 24th. Florida couple has been arrested in connection to the murder of a teenager who was found dismembered and discarded in the trash. Police believe that Florida teen Miranda Corset, 16, was lured by an older man on social media. The suspect, Stephen Gress, 35, is accused of inviting Corset to his home apartment in St. Pete for Valentine's Day. Surveillance footage captured Corset entering Gress's duplex and was never seen alive again. The couple then allegedly assaulted the teen over... Oh, wait. I skipped a part. Authorities allege that Corset was brought into the home the Gress shared with Michelle Brandis, 37. The couple then allegedly assaulted the teen over suspicions of stealing a ring, according to a police affidavit by the Tampa Bay Times. And there's Stephen Gress. Proud man. The affidavit that suspects held the victims against her will for more than 7 days and tortured her by repeatedly beating the victim and eventually stuffing a billiard ball into her mouth and wrapping her face with plastic wrap, causing her to suffocate. Police estimate Corset's murder between the 20th and the 24th. Records show that her body was transported by car to another location where she was dismembered and put in a dumpster. Rest in peace, kiddo. So, yeah, you're all true crimers. I don't have to tell you. Lock your doors and keep an eye on those kids, man. This is good.
These two DIY cleaning mixes are always in my cleaning kit because they're simple, versatile, and relatively inexpensive. Let me show you how to make them.
But here's the truth. While they seem like a quick fit...
There we go.
This special horses device turns ordinary people into fitness machines. When you see what this fat burn...
Who's audio? There was supposed to be a flare gun involved in this. I don't see it. Oh, there, he got shot by a flare gun. Look at that. Alright. Is that what you carry in your car, a flare gun for safety? Right there. He took it point blank, too. I guess it didn't go down his sweater or whatever, but then he started beating on the car. Pretty nuts. It's crazy out there. That was on Rumble. And you guys know I'm switching over to Rumble here eventually as time goes by. In the next month or so. That's what's going to happen. And we're going to kiss YouTube goodbye forever. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Surviving roommate and hide in house. Let me switch these again, darn it. Sorry about that. I can't read it down there. Let's see here. What up, Rolo? I didn't see that, Rolo. I didn't check that out. So let's see. Boise, Idaho. 2 surviving roommates in the home where 4 university stabbed. Blah, blah, blah. One roommate texted after 4 a.m. on November 13th that they were freaking out. Possibly seeing a man in the house wearing what appeared to be a ski mask. The messages also said the roommate had tried calling their other roommates, but no one had answered their phones. One of the survivors identified in the initials DM. The court documents were going to BF. I'm freaking out, DM. Then texted BF describing seeing a man with something over his head and mouth like a ski mask almost. BF then told DM to run to a room. Charged Coburn. His trial scheduled later. One of the surviving roommates has told investigators that noises woke her up at about... This is why I read these things. It's just to remind you what is around us. It woke her up at 4 a.m. They just literally said that she was texting. I guess that was after she woke up, right? And thought she heard another roommate say something like, "There's someone here." She looked outside her bedroom and didn't see anything. Later, she thought she heard crying coming from Kernodle's room and looked outside again. That's when she said she heard a male voice say something effective. "It's okay, I'm going to help you." They just leave everything. They don't even read the documents. This is what really gets Mrs. Potts' goats. Miss Potts' goat. I should read this at double speed for her. She later opened the door again and saw a masked man. Went to the room, locked the door. Investigators believe the suspect left the home. Court documents. It's funny, they cite the court documents, but they have not read them. Do not say why police were not alerted for 7 more hours. Here's Sandy Weeks. All right. Let's see. So, rape case dropped against 19-year-old Pullman man. March 10th, 2025. The case against 19-year-old Pullman man has been dropped. Kevin McCall was arrested by Pullman police in early January on 4 counts of second degree. A woman told police that McCall raped her several times inside her home in late December. According to court filings, the two were acquaintances, and she told police she invited McCall over to talk because he seemed really stressed out. The woman, if you remember, the woman continued to speak with McCall after the alleged attack in December because she was afraid of what he might do if she did not placate him. The case was dropped by the Whitman County's prosecutor's office. Lindsay Alcantar says she had to drop the case after further investigation, which showed the charges could not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Since he was arrested, Alcantar noted that she only had a couple of days to initially charge McCall to keep him in custody. McCall is being held in Colfax on a $500,000 bond. Another bang-up job by... it's amazing that they didn't discredit the witness in that one like they did the other 5. So, this is something.
In Florida, farming isn't just a profession, it's a purpose. You can feel it in our 9.7 million acres of farmland. You can see it in the more than 96,000 Floridians who work in agriculture. You can hear it at our farmers markets. You can count it in the $182.6 billion it brings our state. And you can taste it at your family's dinner table. Farmers in Florida rely on Bayer's tools and inventions because Bayer has a purpose too, to help farmers thrive. Learn more at go.bayer.com/purpose, paid for by Bayer.
What's up, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the Moscow Murders and More. In this episode, we're going to pick up where we left off with Brian Kohlberger's motion to preclude the death penalty and adopt other necessary procedures due to the state's numerous disclosure violations. 2. The prosecution has turned over mountains of unorganized electronically stored data that the defense counsel cannot possibly review prior to trial. When exculpatory material is contained in voluminous amounts of electronically stored records, the state violates its Brady obligations by doing nothing more than turning it over unorganized on a drive. United States v. Saylor, 2010, U.S., California, 2010. The court ordered the prosecution to identify Rule 16 Brady and Giglio documents contained in the discovery production as a matter of case management and fairness. The court noted, in light of the above, and to return to the real problem here, it bears repetition to emphasize that the ultimate issue is whether there is disclosure in the letter and spirit of Brady Giglio simply by turning over a mountain of everything acquired over half a decade and telling the defense counsel nothing about where exculpatory, impeaching information can be found. Again, the government cannot meet its Brady obligations by providing the defendant with access to 600,000 documents and then claiming that she should have been able to find the exculpatory information in the haystack. United States v. Hisia 24F.SUPP, 1998. Or, as the undersigned put it in the initial order, at some point long since past in this case, a duty to disclose may be unfulfilled by disclosing too much. At some point, disclosure, in order to be meaningful, requires identification as well. See also ID at 5, concluding that the government must identify Brady materials in electronic records, that there is no authority for a conclusion to the contrary, and that it would be an evisceration of constitutional rights to shift the burden to the defense to review the records and identify Brady materials. United States v. Cutting, 2017, WL 1324023 at 10. Northern District of California, January 12, 2017, ordering that the government identify all exculpatory and impeachment materials in an already produced copy of electronic records because of the voluminous nature of the records and the government's production in formats that seriously impedes defendants' ability to search the ESI. United States v. Blankenship, 2015, June 2015. Without more, the United States does not comply with the requirement of Brady by merely including all known Brady material within the 4 million plus pages of discovery. United States v. Anon, 10 CR-260, MD, May 10, 2011. The court concludes that the government's blanket provision here of 142 disks, including disks unrelated to this action, does not discharge it of its Brady and Giglio obligations. In the context of the vast electronic records, even the circuit courts that have adopted the most narrow approach to prosecutors' Brady obligations have held that the government must do more than simply produce the contents of these devices. In United States v. Skilling, in part vacated on other grounds, 561 U.S. 2010, the defendant challenged the government's open file disclosure of several 100 million pages of discovery in an electronic file. However, the Fifth Circuit held that this voluminous discovery did not violate Brady obligations because 1. The government provided copies of the electronic files to the defense. 2. The electronic file was searchable. 3. The government produced an index of hot documents, indicating the documents that were important to its case, as well as to documents that included potentially exculpatory evidence. And 4. The government had created a number of other databases to assist the defense review of the evidence. As such, the context of voluminous electronic data, this standard requires that the government go beyond merely providing a defendant with an open file. The state has taken none of the steps beyond mere production in this case. The electronic file is not searchable. Defense counsel must locate and click into each and every separate document, of which there are many thousands, to find its contents. The state has not produced an index to document that it will rely on in its case. To the contrary, the expert disclosure deadline has come and gone without the state identifying its expert's conclusions and which documents it will use to support those conclusions. The state has not provided an index of Brady material including exculpatory and impeachment information, nor an index of documents that are potentially relevant to the defense case. Indeed, the state has not provided anything to assist in the defense review, despite the knowledge that it would be impossible even though the exercise of due diligence to identify exculpatory or impeachment evidence within the hundreds of millions of pages, tens of thousands of photos, and thousands of hours of videotape and audio recordings. Under the more exacting standards adopted by other courts, it's even more plainly apparent that the state's approach to its Brady obligations runs afoul of Mr. Kohberger's due process rights. For example, the District of Columbia has rejected the Fifth Circuit's standard as too lenient, thereby directing the government to identify exculpatory information within its voluminous production. United States v. Safarina, DDC 2020. Directing the government to create an index of exculpatory and impeachment information for the 600,000 pages of discovery that had been disclosed to the defense. Open file discovery does not relieve the government of its Brady obligations. The government cannot meet its Brady obligations by providing Ms. Hissia with access to 600,000 documents and then claiming that she should have been able to find the exculpatory information in the haystack. 3. Example. The state has not timely produced indexed or identifiable portions of contents relating to the 67 electronic devices and warrant returns it intends to rely on. The above problem is exemplified by, though certainly not limited to, the 67 electronic devices and other digital data and search warrant returns that the state has turned over. Since the state has not provided specific reports or indexes of materials it intends to use from the devices, digital data and search warrant returns, the defendant must guess which form electronic reading software is utilized. For most devices, no specific report has been produced. For some devices, Axiom is used, and for some, Celebrite. The software produces different results for the same device. Each device results in an enormous volume of information to sift through. A single cell phone often produces more than 10,000 pages of material. This is because modern-day electronic devices, including cell phones, have the capacity to store vast amounts of highly personal information. See Riley v. California, 2014. Prior to the digital age, people did not typically carry a cache of sensitive personal information with them as they went about their day. Now it is the person who is carrying a cell phone, with all that it contains, who is the exception. Not only can these devices store immense amounts of information, but they also generate records that would otherwise never exist. See Idea 2491. A phone not only contains a digital form many sensitive records previously found in the home, it also contains a broad array of private information never found in a home in any form, unless the phone is. Given the capacity for a person's electronic device to effortlessly generate and compile vast amounts of information, searches of these devices typically expose far more than the most exhaustive search of a house, and may enable the reconstruction of the sum of an individual's private life. See United States versus Andrews 483, F.3D 2007. For most people, their computers are their most private spaces. People commonly talk about the bedroom as a very private space, yet when they have parties, all the guests, including perfect strangers, are invited to toss their coats on the bed. But if one of those guests is caught exploring the host's computer, that will be his last invitation. As such, the contents of all 67 electronic devices, digital data, and search warrants returned seized in this case contain enough information to paint a portrait of the daily lives of Mr. Kohberger, the victims, the witnesses, alternate suspects, and people close to the victims. Given that the state's case is almost entirely circumstantial, patterns of evidence that emerge out of these devices may be key to the jury's consideration of guilt or innocence. Courts often describe evidence regarding potential alternative perpetrators.
Yeah, forget that mess. Let's get some real YouTuber stuff on here. Woohoo! Black Hawk Magnum in the house. Let me play my video for Meanie Weenie because she said she had stuff to do, so I want to make sure that I play. I gotta reopen the tab. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Hide the window, sorry. And one more. One more time, then we'll play Black Hawk. And we got a new segment here. Diana, I don't know how. Where did it go? I don't know how you. What the heck is going on my computer? There. Here it is. you didn't know about Blackhawk. I play his stuff all the time. We talk about him. Behind his back. No, I kid. My computer's acting really slow right now. Hold on. It's gonna give me those not responding messages if I try to. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. If you want to do the rhyme, then come see me. I got the savoir-faire, never quitting coming. Keep it on. Strictly handheld, it's a style that goes. Never rock the mic with the pantyhose. A strap on my ear goggles. Alright, here we go. Alright, this is my premiere video with editing, which is new for me. It's not new, I used to be a video editor guy. But, here we go. Enough explanation. Hold on, Twiz. Twiz, would you calm down? I'm trying to make it full screen, bro. Damn. I want to do what I want.
Hello, Jeff. Kiki. Oh.
There we go.
Single for 10 years. It's not a long shot. Somebody just needs to grow a pair and step up. I am shockingly available.
Oh, you get out. Get out. Okay. Get out. Okay. Get out of the car. I'm getting out.
In Arkansas, that is State Police Officer Ryan Wingo.
There's no need for that.
Why are you doing that?
He's doing it because his feelings were hurt. And now for this assault, Wingo is getting sued. It is not his first controversy. Last year, he shot to death another motorist. 2 years ago, Wingo fired at a peaceful Black Lives Matter protester, shattering that man's jaw.
Stand up. I'm trying, okay? Come on.
And Wingo has no credibility, as this traffic stop proves.
This is f***ing ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
In this incident near Hot Springs, Arkansas, Charles Donner, a U.S. military veteran, and his wife Brittany were driving behind Wingo. The trooper saw somebody speeding the opposite direction and suddenly pulled a U-turn from a driving lane. The Donners honked their horn from behind. Clearly annoyed, Wingo decided to make it a 360, letting the speeding car go and pulling behind the Donners, who were now in front of him. The dash camera audio went on right as Wingo smashed into the back of their car.
Pull into the parking lot. Pull into the parking lot.
The Donners did pull into the parking lot, and the lines from Officer Ryan Wingo began.
Go and send one of the normal units over here to the shoe factory. I had a car slam on the brakes in front of me.
I had a car slam on the brakes in front of me. No, you flashed your lights, and they pulled over, as they are supposed to do.
They're stating these tales, but I'm fresh in the plan. Saying other circus, but I'm just a man. I'm not the fan creeping through the scene. Did a wreck that shot, didn't kill the dream. They're stitching this case like it's made to fit, but I'm calling them out, none of it legit. No car, no loot, no trail to see. You're looking for a villain, but that ain't me. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be. Twist up the story, but it still won't fly. You can't gauge the truth, so why even try? No phone on the tower, no dirt on my name. You're digging for answers in a made-up game. I'm here in the fight, but I'm rolling the show. Truth's got my back, and it's ready to blow. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be.
Gliding across the top. That is mental.
That is sketchy.
Look at the guy in front. He's just gleaming. The guy back is the guy back.
Yep, that's me.
Facts don't fade and the lies don't stick. Just the same feels turning slow but thick. I'm rising above, no fear in my stride. Truth by my side, got nothing to hide. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be.
Oh, what you doing, bro? That's a female. Oh. Get the shot. Get the shot.
I help you. You're smelling that.
Quick look back at some of my thumbnails. I'll do some more of my thumbnails on the next one there. Let's go. I can't wait to. Hold on, let me hide this so I don't piss Trish off. Alright. Close that window. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this clip, Blackhawk. We got the Treasure Island is back open.
Treasure Island Causeway Bridge. This is Blue Max Clear. Thank you for the opening.
Captain, great day out there, Treasure Island on 9.
Which is, it's about 5 minutes from my house, and you can go about, I think, 20 miles out and start catching some giant grouper and all that stuff you like to do. I'm sorry your boat's down. That sucks. I saw a guy, I thought of you the other day. I was getting the water at the machine there, and he had a 28-foot cabin cruiser with the whole setup in there. And he's like, yeah, I've had it for 20 years, had the same boat. What is it? Oh my gosh, Diamond. Thank you. Where is... Yeah, Blackhawk Magnum's the... Here's what you don't know. Okay, so I won't reveal his secret identity. But let me tell you, he has been around. I'm not trying to blow smoke up his ass by any means, but he's been my hero, and you don't even know what he knows. Blackhawk Magnum 57 Magnum. He is the GOAT. Without a doubt, and if we could find him, he's in my. Let me just look at my subscriptions over here. I'll get my high resolution monitor. For some reason they bury him. Where are you at here? Oh, did I make? Have I made? Yeah, he's a. If you could post the link, Blackhawk, real quick, save me a little time. I'm struggling here, squinting my eyes, trying to find you. I'll play a song too, since you guys are kicking ass today. I appreciate it. We'll let Magnum find that video for me, if you don't mind. You can post in here because you're a moderator. So, yeah, he's the best of the best as far as YouTube goes. And when you want to talk about alternative suspects, he's on top of that shit. You got a guy who can fillet a fish, and he doesn't work at McDonald's. Let me tell you that. I hope we got a pick somewhere. Uh-oh. There's pick. I should just put peanut butter on these things and stick them on the wall, and then the rat can come and just eat off the wall. Maybe I'll catch him that way. Okay, here. We got the lead. Cool. Let's see. I'll do one quick. Jay. He is, man. See you guys. Maybe I'll play an old one if I can. It's so hard in the acoustic to do. Sorry, I'm gonna click on James's thing. Thank you, James. Thank you, Dinosaur. Man, thank you everybody for being here on Sunday. I hope you're having a great day. And this one goes out to you guys. Let's see if I can do it. Oh, there's an echo. It's throwing me off. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta take the headphones off. Oh baby, where do I begin? Let's start with the places we've been. I knew you were part of me now, but it slipped away somehow. Who cares about the phone when you won't be coming home? And these days they turn back. I guess you won't be coming back. I can't believe that you do this. Yeah, fuck yeah, sorry. I can't. Damn, it's a high note. I need to warm up the la 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 thing. I can't believe that you do this to me. I'm not pushing enough here. That you wanna leave, just get up and go. 'Cause I'll be here, swimming in my coffee, trying to have fun in Boston. In Boston. Have fun in Boston. I blew it. That one, I forgot that one requires a little lung power. I can hit it. I just have to not have 5 cigars right before I do it. I think that me and Rockford got a couple fishing tunes too, like, not that like kind of old schooler stuff, but I was trying to play too fast. I think of another one I haven't played in a while. Man, that's for. I keep getting copyright hits. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't matter to me. But let's see what we have to do here. One. Just allow me indulge my ass here. played that at my buddy's funeral, man. His mom came out crying. I was just playing the guitar, fooling around. We were there for hours. And I feel miles away. So where you go to tomorrow, and I see these lights go. So would you even care? So where you gone to tomorrow? Where you go with the mask of frown? I feel there's nothing worse than me right now. Alright, let's watch this video, man. Come on, just fucking around. Okay, I gotta get one. I'm never gonna make it in the clubs. Look, mommy. Grandpa sings. Thanks for posting that link, by the way. Log out. And James, thank you again. Thank you. Everybody, my goodness. Happy Monday to you, man. Alright, cool. This is going to be awesome. I'm stoked. Premiere of Black Hawk Magnum.
Hey. Let's go ahead and get started, you guys. I hope everybody's weekend's been a great one. Let's talk true crime. Let's talk Idaho 4. So I'm going to pick up right where I left off in the last video, where I was answering that question from Papa Roger. Why do we think the dog was spared? So yeah, I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of time on this today, you guys, but I want to show you something else that goes along with it. And I do. I think some people are starting to realize, with all the new evidence that's been released as of late, the 911 call, partial text messages, blood or DNA under Maddie's fingernails, blood on a railing, all this unidentified DNA. Yeah, I think some people are starting to realize that there's a chance, and I think there's a very good chance, that there was more than one person involved in this. And I still remember what Steve said all those months ago, that he paid that bill. Right? The wounds, the points of entry, they don't match. And to me, that tells me that either one of two things. We have an individual suspect who went in here with two different weapons, maybe carrying them one in each hand, like some modern day ninja, John Wick, and went in here and used these weapons simultaneously, right, to attack his victims. Or maybe it is he went inside here by himself with two weapons and used them simultaneously, meaning that he used one weapon. Maybe that's how the sheath fell out. He was stabbing his victim with one weapon, put that weapon away, and grabbed another weapon and stabbed him with that one. And then while he was alternating weapons, that's how it fell out. Like some modern day ninja, that's going to take time. You know, the more common sense thought, I would think, would be that two people went inside this house, each one of them carrying their own weapon. And when they went inside these bedrooms, it was 2 on 2, 2 on 2. And two people had weapons and two people didn't. But I think that some people are starting to realize that there's a chance that more than one person was involved in these crimes. So where I left off, you guys, where I was talking about this question, why do we think the dog was spared? Today I'm going to be showing you another series of clues. Right? Why do we think the dog was spared? Let's hear what Edon had to say about the dog?
And Miss Wales asked, did the dog bark lots, or did you know? And I think they're referring to.
I did not know the dog.
Okay.
No, I never met the dog. I didn't know there was a dog until pretty recently, actually. Someone asked me why the dog was spared, and that's the first time
Somebody asked you, Enon, why the dog was spared? I'd like to see where that question was that somebody asked you, why the dog was spared. That's kind of like the same question Papa Roger was writing over here.
I heard about the dog.
Okay.
Let's watch that again real quick.
Actually, someone asked me why the dog was spared, and that's the first time I heard about the dog.
Okay. And did you?
You see those lips? Where after Enon answers that question, he licks his lips, presses them together. Let's just see that one more time real quick.
Okay. Okay.
You know, couldn't help but remember.
And watch him licking his lips. And the fact of the matter is, psychologically, he's trying to wipe away everything he's saying.
Ooh. Comparison to Chris Watts.
Someone asked me why the dog was spared, and that's the first time I heard about the dog.
Okay. And did you hear any dogs barking ever? Were dogs typically barking in the neighborhood?
Interesting. Dr. Phil would say you're trying to wipe away everything that you're saying, you know. And I thought that was kind of weird that Enon says the very words that Papa Roger wrote over in his Facebook post. But let's move on, guys. Let's move on to some other clues. This here was the thumbnail from Daniel and Drunk Turkey's live the other night. Winco Foods. So Brian was shopping at Winco. The students, they were shopping at Winco too. And Daniel talked a little bit about this. And I'll let this play for a minute. Thanks, Daniel, for the chance to use this.
This one's weird. This one's interesting, right? Because you have a Winco financial records for Brian Kohberger, and you have Winco financial records and video surveillance for Bethany and Dylan, Haley, Maddie, and/or Zanika Noble, for all of the victims. Is that where they think maybe just maybe he came across them? I mean, he had to come across them somehow. You know, I mean, it's not like he just, I mean, at one point he had to have crossed paths. Now they're looking for.
That's a good question, Daniel. It's a good question. You know, considering Brian was shopping at Winco and the students were, and all 5 of the girls' names are listed down here as far as looking for video evidence. Like, Brian was shopping at Winco, the same spot the girls were. Well, and that's a good question, by the way, Daniel. Is it possible that they crossed paths while they were shopping at Winco? I do. I count that as a connection of sorts. I do. But, you know, besides Brian and besides the students who were shopping at Winco, did you know that somebody else shops at Winco? Did you guys know that? Yeah. And did you know that this person who also shops at Winco is a vegan? Yeah. Just like Brian. You know, so I can imagine Brian shopping over here at Winco. And by the way, that's a 24-hour store. It's right here. Right. This is how far away it is from the student's home. And I have it on 500 Queen Road down here. There's a reason. That's because there's somebody else over here who lived at 500 Queen Road. He shopped at Winco. He's a vegan. So's Brian. So to kind of put that into perspective, you know, when you go into these grocery stores and, you know, you're looking for your vegan ingredients, most of these grocery stores, even though some are spread out by brand throughout the store, they kind of like to keep all the organic foods and the vegan foods in like the same areas in the store. So I guess Brian was over there looking for his vegan ingredients, probably. What also I found pretty curious is with Winco being open 24 hours and, you know, the Walmart that's right next door to the Winco also being open 24 hours. I wonder why Brian felt the need to drive all the way down to Albertsons the next morning. And Winco's open 24 hours. And Snake River, Kate's Cup of Joe. Huh. It's an awful long drive for something from a grocery store. Maybe something else brought him down there. But Winco Foods. Who else shops at Winco?
I like having more space here, and I like how much cheaper it is. But the main thing here is the vaulted ceilings. For being a contact staff artist, the vaulted ceilings was like a deal breaker, and I couldn't ever really get here because I had 3 felonies, so like I couldn't pass any background checks. But I just hit 7 years. Well, I'm at like 9 years now. So once I hit, you know, once I was able to get into these other places, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go somewhere where I can practice. So like I love, and I also love Winco. The grocery stores in Pullman suck.
Winco?
So like being in Moscow, being able to go to Winco, I like that a lot.
Edon, you shop at Winco? I wonder if you and Brian ever got stuff from the same aisle. I mean, being is that you're both vegan and all, right? And when you're going to go in there and seek these ingredients, I mean, wow, isn't that another coincidence? So besides Brian shopping at Winco and the students shopping at Winco, Enon shops at Winco. And chances are, the way I look at that is, considering both of them are vegan, chances are they were on the same aisles, possibly even buying the same ingredients. And I told you guys months and months before that, you know, Brian and Enon, they're like 2 peas in a pod. The things that they share in common, tremendous amount of things they share in common. Like shopping at Winco and both being vegans. Chances are they're both on the same aisle. Even buying probably the same ingredients. So I'm going to take you over here. This is Enon's Instagram, Staff Junkie. And this is a video that he posted over on Instagram on December 16th, 2022. So I took a snapshot of this video. And the very first thing I want to talk about here is the money that you see sitting in front of Enon. Now, let's zoom out of here real quick so I can get a full visual. This big stack down here at the bottom, right? I consider that to be 10,000.
I pulled the Swamp Rose. Sorry, I wanted to pause it there because I wanted to ask Blackhawk a question while he's here. I heard something, I know it was from you or somewhere else, that Enon also lived next door to a house with another unsolved crime, or they eventually caught somebody, but the crime didn't fit. That was like a kick door situation where people were either killed or I think they were killed. He lived like right next door again. in another part of town. And I wondered if that was from you or if you'd heard that. So I thought of you when it came back to my mind. So, and then also the two weapons thing. It seems to be Astro. Okay, you have the address and everything. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And so now we're starting to look because clearly there's other people involved, and we've suspected that all along. Whether Brian is involved or not, there were other people there, and I don't see it. I don't see the connection to Brian. If he is, show me the money, literally, But as far as the two weapons go, I think it's something that I think Miss Potts was discussing today. And Enid, I'll bring up what Twiz said the other day in a second. But, and Rockford, if you're going to call in, you can call in anytime you like. I think it'd probably be easier to have you call today, just so I don't have to play. What's wrong with Culver's? Culver's is bomb. I like their milkshakes anyway there. But it seems that they're keeping the means, the manner, or whatever, the wounds under wraps. And the autopsy. And I out of my curiosity, I'd like to see what exactly the results of that are, if it clearly shows, because even Steve G said that there was different type of wounds. And it's like Black Hawk was saying at the beginning of this video, one person wielding two weapons. Yeah, that is odd. You got a new video roller too? Oh man. I'd like to play some of Translucent's new stuff too. She has some pretty killer videos too. So let me try to get to everybody. But let me on the second question there. With do you feel like they're hiding? And then what was the other thing? I can't even read what I said. Oh, Eric Grower. That name has come back up now again, and it's circulating as a private driver. And I remember looking, and I'm curious. Take a pause from that real quick. Sorry about that. And let me just look. Apparently this guy has this tremendous weapons collection, and he was a private driver, and somebody was doing a live on it the other night. This is a private one now. Yeah, so I wonder if we can get to it. Let's see if there's some images. Wow, this one's from way back. Who is this? I wonder.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month?
Pete.
Well,
yeah, okay.
I make this kind of money.
I think I might have watched this.
Welcome back to Horntie Studios. I'm here with you for another episode of 666 Seconds of Murder. That means each episode is less than 666 seconds, or 11 minutes and 6 seconds. Well, as if the Idaho 4 case wasn't bizarre enough, got another one for you tonight. I'd love to talk to you about this. You guys are super interested in this case, and I know I am as well, so let's get to it. And I'm sure you've heard some of this if you've been following the case like I have. What is the deal with the private driver? We hadn't heard very much about this guy. I mean, now his name has been, released to the public. Eric Gower, I think is how you say it. And he may very well have been the last person to see Kaylee and Maddie alive, because he is the one who drove them home from the grub truck. And so there's a lot of curiosity here in the true crime community, and rightfully so. But keep in mind, this video is just for entertainment purposes, my opinions, my speculation, not accusing anyone of anything. It's just my opinion, just throwing out some ideas just to generate some conversation. So keep that in mind. So we've heard a lot about this 29-year-old rideshare driver, and it's come out again that his name is Eric Gower. He's a local who graduated from the University of Idaho in 2017. He currently off, and I'll link to that in the episode description. She's got a good one on this subject. That's kind of where I have heard some of the information I'm relaying to you. So definitely some suspicious things about this guy. Another thing is he took the week off after the crimes and claimed that he was so distraught after what happened that he couldn't work. But then you have to wonder, did you have wounds on your body that maybe you didn't want somebody to see? Certainly suspicious. Was he trying to hide out and not want people to see a black eye or a cut on his face or hands or something like that? Don't know. Now,
I was kind of hoping that he had pictures where I was. Anyway, he's got a bizarre weapons collection, right? And he, hey, King Scarlet News, how are you today? Very nice to have you in. A very wild weapons collection, and one of the things that's been discussed has been the bat shetty, which that's why I wanted to show a picture of. Basically, what you would think, it's just a edged blade inserted into a bat, more or less. So 42 minutes. Is this it right here, Ro? 42
Yo, what's cracking,
minutes.
everyone? First of all, solid edge
You're cool,
speculation,
but
my theory,
not
my
that cool.
personal opinion, and my findings. This is not for entertainment, and everybody mentioned here is not innocent to proven guilty in a court of law. So I got a little something for y'all. Doing a little bit of research and came across this. So tell me what you guys think. So I was inquiring about the white car that everybody thinks is Brian Kohlberger circling around in the Linda Lane footage. And I found that it belonged to this guy named Mike Curtis. And so I did a true people search on him and checked it out. Look at his residence, where he's registered to. That's his address, 1122 King Road. Since 2017 to 2025. That's crazy. Who would have known that, huh? All of a sudden. Yeah. So, who is this guy, Why? And this comes after we find out that the state prosecution says that the DNAs or whatever, people that were registered or residents or ex-residents don't qualify to be investigated or tested or whatever, So I was like, I wonder if it has something to do with that. I don't know. Well, who is this Mike Curtis, So I Googled him, and I mean, he's not like somebody that's their age, He's seems to be he's a little bit older. I mean,
9, and Kevin Ridgway, 31. The toxicology report confirmed they were heavily intoxicated while on duty. Multiple witnesses from nearby residences reported hearing a struggle and observing the officers forcefully pulling Brooks into the police vehicle. At the Choctaw Industrial Complex, Officer Bryson drove the patrol car behind an abandoned warehouse, while Hoffman held Brooks at gunpoint. For the next 3 hours, between 8:15 p.m. and 11:20 p.m., they took turns assaulting her. Officer Ridgway stood guard outside, periodically entering the warehouse to participate in the assault. The industrial complex's security guard, James Martinez, testified to hearing screams, but was ordered by dispatch to maintain his position when he reported the disturbance. The medical examination at Our Lady of the Lake Regional Medical Center documented the brutality of the assault. Brooks suffered broken ribs from being repeatedly kicked by Officer Hoffman when she attempted to resist. Officer Bryson caused severe cranial trauma by striking her head against the concrete floor. The assault resulted in multiple lacerations and extensive internal injuries. DNA evidence collected matched all 3 officers, and investigators recovered the victim's blood from both the patrol car and multiple locations within the warehouse. During the internal affairs investigation, Lieutenant Gregory Walsh uncovered a pattern of misconduct. Critical evidence disappeared, including Officer Ridgway's body camera footage from that night. Witness testimonies were altered, removing mentions of previous complaints against the officers. DNA test results were compromised when the evidence storage facility experienced an accidental power outage. Officer Janet Powell, who documented the missing evidence in her initial report, was immediately reassigned to traffic duty. In the weeks following the assault, Chanel Brooks endured continuous intimidation. Officer Bryson frequently parked his patrol car outside her house during night shifts. Officer Hoffman, who lived in the same district, would follow her on her way to school. Officer Ridgway used his authority to dismiss multiple complaints filed by the Brooks family. Unable to cope with the trauma and constant harassment, Brooks stopped attending classes in late August. Despite receiving professional support from trauma counselor Dr. Rebecca Thompson, she struggled with severe post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. On September 12, 2008, at approximately 3:15 p.m., she took her own life in her family home. The FBI forensics team authenticated Brooks's suicide note, which detailed the roles of each officer in both the assault and subsequent cover-up. The document described how Officer Bryson initiated the attack, how Officer Hoffman threatened to kill her family if she reported the crime, and how Officer Ridgway used his connections to ensure the case would never reach court. Despite overwhelming evidence, District Attorney David Marshall's office dismissed the case on October 1, 2008. All three officers maintained their positions within the force, with Ridgway eventually becoming county sheriff in 2015. The case highlighted the department's systemic corruption, as multiple officers later admitted to witnessing the three men's previous misconduct, including several incidents of on-duty intoxication and harassment of other young women. This case remained inactive for precisely 10 years.
There's way more to the story right there, but I'll leave you guys a link so you guys check it out, alright? But check this out. What's going on right here? You guys see what's going on over there? In the parking lot, like right there? What about on the other side of the car? Look to the window. Let's zoom into the window. What about under the car? Look at the shadow under the car and look at the movements. Like how you can see like dark and light. First of all, it's supposed to be light under the car. There's nobody stepping on the other side, standing on the other side of the car, you know. But yeah, zoom in all the way to the window. See what you guys see. And you see in between the two cars, you see the female right there and wearing like black shorts. What about right there? Going on right there on the side of the car and in the front. And on the other side of the car. You guys see anything? Zoom in. Zoom in, people. Screen recorder, make it dark or whatever. I mean, there's a little test trial right here. This new method. See if it works out a little better. You see the where the car's at, where the wheel's at? Those, like the white spot right there, the two white lines? That's Kaylee's legs. Pants, you know, the pants on her. On the right side of the screen right there. In the middle right now. But where the front wheel's at, the driver's side. Right there, you'll be able to make out the legs. See what's going on over there? Yeah. There's nothing going on though, right? Right there by the car. See the female right there in the middle? Looking over there towards the car to see what's going on, and they're putting her. You see that? Look at her face. She's turning to her right, towards our left. She's looking towards the front of the car where everything's going on over there by the car. See her long hair? She's wearing shorts, black shorts. You know what I'm saying? And you see the other people on the right, or right there on the, you know what I mean? Like in front of the hood of the car on the other side. And then over there by the windows too, on the other side. And then it would be behind by the truck, on that side of the car. All those movements. Some are in the parking lot and some are right here, on the right on the where the bushes are at. But look, zoom into the window. But I'll do it for you guys in a little bit on trip. But look at under the car. You see how it's dark and there's a white spot on that? And look how that, like, you can see light and then dark and like it fills in. All right, that's not supposed to be happening as there's nobody standing on the other side of the car. All right, you know. And this is while Tess Dog is talking to the three kids from the Banfield and bringing them over here. You know what I mean.
Sorry, I'm trying to give a fair shake to everybody, Rolla. I'm not meaning to cut everybody off halfway. I'm just I'm trying to get everything played in the show. And sorry, I keep swamp rosing myself here.
A night like this, 40 years ago, I was on the USS Potato submarine, 72nd class, deep diver. Something went wrong. We were forced to surface. Ballast filling with air.
We got a bookmark it on roll.
700 men on board. 1,000 potatoes. The men got all the dinghies. The potatoes, we floated out into the water. First in groups, clusters, waiting for a chance to get in the boat. Then the sharks came. Black eyes. Eyes like a doll's eyes. They started nibbling on the potatoes. One at a time. 1,000 potatoes in the water. By morning, there was a big bucket of mashed potatoes. 75 potatoes came out of that water. It was a dark day for potatoes. Okay, I'm gonna go get my commissary now. Thanks. Bye. Hey, you can hit me up on JPay if you have daddy issues. I might be your dude. Hey, I'm a potato stud from Idaho, hey? Idaho JPay, we got dating for real, ladies. Check us out. Bye.
What does anybody know? I'd like to ask you what's going on with Dinky IMO? I checked his page. It's been 3 weeks since he did a live, and we've seen him. He has popped his head up. Scott, do you know? Willie was in chat last night, and the chat was moving so fast. That was hilarious. Nothing. Oh my gosh. I almost want to watch that again.
It was a night like this. 40 years ago. I was on the USS Potato submarine. 72nd class. Deep diver. Something went wrong. We were forced to surface. Ballast filling with air. 700 men on board. 1,000 potatoes. The men got all the dinghies.
It's the eyes that are killing me.
We floated out into the water. First in groups. Clusters. Waiting for a chance to get in the boat. Then the sharks came. Black eyes. Eyes like a doll's eyes. They started nibbling on the potatoes. One at a time. 1,000 potatoes in the water. By morning, there was a big bucket of mashed potatoes. 75 potatoes came out of that water. It was a dark day for potatoes. Okay, I'm gonna go get my commissary now. Thanks. Bye. Hey, you can hit me up on JPay if you have daddy issues.
Honestly, nothing. You deserve an Oscar on that. That one is fabulous, dude. That is awesome. I forgot to hit like. Okay. Can't escape it. Let's check in on Willie, man. Where's my Heather at? She must be bothering, what's his fuck name? That guy. I can't spell. There it is, brother. See what Willie's been up to at least. We can get something out of him. Let's look at past lives. Somebody was telling me that, oh, wait. Hold on. That, what were they telling me? I don't even know what they were telling me. Oh, that Twiz was in one of the lives. I'd never seen him. Yo, Rockford, what's up, man? Rock.
What's up?
What's going on, bro?
Not too much.
Nice to hear from you. We got Swifferfly. Hey, Swifferfly, how you doing? Why don't you become a moderator? Just real quick, let me talk to the audience there. In his undies. I've made more or less everybody a moderator in here, so that we can be more interactive. So if you have a link, or you have a picture that you want to share, or an article you want to talk about, or a video you want to see, you can share it with us. And I'm trying to give everybody equal time today. And feel free to put something. I trust you guys, and I still expect moderator duties, but whatever that is. And thank you for doing that. And so there's that. So what's up, Rockford? How you doing, man?
Not too much. I don't know what the moderator thing means.
Me either. They also have a thing in here, and if you look at the top of the chat, it says top chat, and if you click on it, you get live chat, and mine now has a new thing. You guys can't see it, but it says fan funding. I don't know. Oh, this tells me, holy crap. What the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8 from James Moen. My good Lord, I didn't even see all of them. And 2 from Dynamite, and she's been a member for 2 months. She's at the snark level. Thank you guys so much, man. I feel like I owe you another. We owe him a tune, Rock.
I got a shout out for James.
Yeah, the other James.
Put your balls to the wall, man.
Yeah.
I love that band. Except.
Did you hear that I'm going to open a store called Forever 39? Did you catch that part?
Yeah, I saw that.
We got to sell like Slayer t-shirts, but with ruffles on them and stuff like that. And then we'll have like, upside down crosses, but with angels. And so, just anything contradictory that we could do.
Well, that's quite fascinating. Although, you'd probably have Slayer people protesting outside your store.
It'd be too frilly, huh? I think it'd be more if we fucked with the Insane Clown Posse people. I remember, after TV Funhouse. Remember that Saturday Night Live cartoon, Robert Schmeagol?
No.
It was Happy TV Funhouse, and they had the superheroes, and they drove around in a dick car. The car was it was like an old Gremlin, or what was that one car? The Pacer. It looked like a Pacer, but it had extended. Kids go to bed, by the way. Extended hood. It was shaped like a dick.
No, I don't remember that.
It was just, oh man. It was during the bad days of Saturday Night Live. Like, I don't know. I even consider the Sandler days the bad days. There were just so many unbearable sketches, and they just drove everything into the ground. You know, every sketch was just like the most repetitive, stupid thing you could come up with, which is 90% of comedy anyway, right? Buddy Murphy. And Buddy Murphy's going to be a moderator now. Yeah, oh, so a moderator, Rockford, can block people and delete their comments in the chat. That gives people, but they also can post links. Remember how we were talking about making YouTube more interactive?
Right.
This is at least one way, because I feel helpless when I come up with something in somebody's chat and I want to say, oh, hey, look at this. I can't do it. And you know, I'm not hurting anybody. You know? So that's one way. You know, like I said, if you have a G Drive, you know, Google Drive, you can, hey, there's Tarkanian's going to be a moderator. If you have a G Drive, you can upload your pictures to it, and if you go on that G Drive, you can share that and copy the link and just post it in the chat. We can look at your cat. Just trying to post it 56 terabytes of DPigs.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So instead of actually putting a pic in the chat, you put the link and somebody can click on it and go see your picture or video.
Yeah, or I can click on it and I'll play it here. I'll just, I guess,
right. Gotcha.
For some people like Translucent, I'll have to filter it. No, just kidding, Translucent. So what's happening, my brother? Did you go? You went to
talking about the dick car reminded me of a joke. You remember that car back in the day called the Yugo?
Of course, yeah.
Did you know they made a 4-door model of that?
No.
Yeah, it was called the WeGo.
Is that true?
No, it's the joke.
WeGo.
4-door.
4-door, yeah.
Instead of you go, we go. My God, I got to explain the punchline, bro.
If you have to explain it, how is Kibo and Sunny Days not moderators? Let's take care of that really quick. Yeah, welcome in, guys. I appreciate you being here on Monday night. We got Rockford, my man on.
Don't forget it's Hush Room Monday.
It is Hush Room Monday, actually. And
I didn't see Miss Potts in there.
I don't know where Miss Potts is. She promised she would show up.
That.
Sometimes she just listens while she works. She likes to clean. And
I'll shout out to her.
She keeps a tidy little house there.
Cool.
Yeah. So you went to Walmart, huh?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see what I'm drinking?
No, it was blocked out. I saw you hold it up to the screen, though. It looked like probably a Celsius.
A cellulose. That's what it's going to turn into with me.
Cellulose.
If you want to do the rhyme, then come see me. I got the savoir faire. All right. I have some acoustic songs that I recorded as rap songs, and they actually came out pretty good. The girl who's the sister of the guy who recorded for me called them the serial killer songs. I have the lyrics in my little duffel bag over there in my room, but I'll dig them up for the next live so I can do a full rap for you guys. It's actually pretty decent. And my rap name was White Chocolate before anybody else was White Chocolate back in the day. Anyway.
Actually, I think it was Heather that liked the Hush Room Monday thing.
Heather?
I just saw
allegedly.
her pop up there on the chat. Yeah, I can't remember.
She takes it, she does Hush Room Mondays in microdoses, I think.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I don't know
I
what
do it
that
every day, but I do a little extra on Monday.
Oh,
Just
is
'cause it
that right?
rhymes.
I didn't know that. I don't know what that means exactly, but that's okay. I don't know
Monday
what we're
used to
talking
be my
about.
Friday when I was working, so.
White Chocolate was... yeah, no, my boy...
Yes, Heather. Hush Room Mondays.
That's
it
right.
was Heather, my bad.
Well, that's here's the joke behind that, Rockford. First of all, you know how zombies eat brains?
Yeah.
What do gay zombies eat? Dicks!
Jesus.
And assholes. Okay.
Even gay female zombies?
My buddies, come on, man. If I have to explain the joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to,
The Yugo was a Yugoslavian car. It didn't go very far. I think. What was the range on those things? Like 6 miles or something like that?
Yeah.
And then the tires automatically fell off. Nordberg.
The four-door model was made in Yugoslavia.
We got a Nordberg in the chat. That's got to be a friend of J.J. Vance, Nordberg, O.J. Simpson from 33 and a Third and Naked Gun. And stop calling me Shirley. All right, so Rockford Files today. Getting a late start on that.
So, the Rockford Files on Kane B's The Purge, March 10th, 2025. So I got a few things here. Let's see. So I saw that a few states are trying to do legislation to end chemtrails.
Gritman Hospital.
So it's pretty funny that they are a conspiracy theory, but multiple states are coming up with legislation not to spray shit in the sky.
I've heard that. And isn't RFK behind the push to end them and expose them?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
That's what I heard.
Well, I follow him, and I haven't heard him say anything about that.
Anyway, go on, I'm sorry.
So, yeah, no, that's pretty interesting, since they don't exist, but multiple states are making legislation not to do it.
Dude, we see them every day, don't we?
What's that?
We see those chemtrails every day.
Oh, I watch them. It's pretty weird. I'll see a bunch of lines in the sky. I'll go drive down to Walmart and Aldi, get my groceries, and by the time I get back, the whole sky is like, now it's covered in like a griddish looking cloud. It's weird.
Yeah, it's not like there's one row of them. It's like all across the sky and row after row after row.
Yeah. But I mean, here we got, 2 international airports within 10, 15 miles of us. So, I mean, but
well, we got
I've
McDill.
noticed, when we have puffy, regular-looking clouds, I don't see any lines coming off the planes. It's weird. But anyway, the next thing I got, I don't know if any of you guys are all on X, but it wasn't working very good today, and I thought it was my internet connection. But turns out X got a DDoS cyber attack that put it down a couple times, formerly Twitter. And come to find out, the IP address was somewhere around Ukraine. So that was kind of fascinating.
I wonder.
Yeah, they're going after Elon Musk. I was telling you about all the, attacks and protests on the Tesla dealerships.
Yeah, I saw the article you sent me. They caught the guy that firebombed the factory or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I guess no, it was the person that they caught. They shot up a dealership with a gun. But when you're talking about somebody firebombed 4 Teslas sitting outside a dealership, I mean, this is nationwide. There's like 4 or 5 different ones. Somebody a few days ago set a bunch of Chargers on fire. Yeah, man, the left, they're violent, man. They destroy things.
I just noticed something I want to point out real quick, to sidebar from you real quick. Did you guys see that? That's the second time it's happened today. I clicked on a video for Douglas Outlaw to play his song, and a commercial came up. And then I just clicked on this one, and this is Colder Covered. She has like 57 subscribers. Please subscribe over there if you guys don't. Somebody posted a link to her, but please go over there and subscribe right now, because she's been putting out some great content. But anyway, a commercial played before her video now too, Rockford. and she's not monetized. So they're running commercials now without paying the creators.
Shout out to Meg P. If you work at a dealership, you can legally be a dealer. Kind of like a pharmacist.
That's great.
Good one.
Yeah, I was watching Vacation the other night. You remember Chevy Chase? And it was funny. Remember the green station wagon?
Yeah.
They had just like the dealer plate, like just the name of the dealer. That's all they had in the car. And then you see Christy Brinkley go by in the Ferrari, you know, and then she's speeding, and then she's at the truck stop drinking a Lowenbrow. And I'm like, man, they sure have changed everything in the movies, you know. And another line, when they go to visit Randy Quaid's family, the Rusty and his sister are hanging out with the kids, and Rusty's sister goes with the other girl, and she's like, I have a boyfriend now. And she's like, oh, really? And she's like, yeah, French kiss. And Rusty's sister's like, everybody does that. She goes, but my daddy says I'm the best. I'm like, oh, man, you could not put that in a movie anymore.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, go on, man. Sorry.
Anyway.
Go on with your thing. My bad.
No, it's all right. So what else we got here? So I saw this story in Canada. This veteran, she's in a wheelchair, and she's trying to talk to the Veterans Affairs people to get a wheelchair rent house.
Okay.
But instead they offered to medically assist her in death, medically assisted suicide.
What?
Instead of giving her a wheelchair ramp.
That was the solution?
Yeah, Canada's in bad shape, bro. Bad shape.
That is the most...
I pay attention to Canada because I was born there, but...
Well, I guess in Canada now, if you break your leg, they shoot you like a horse.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe if you're out in the...
Would you be surprised? I mean, they're gonna instead of building a wheelchair ramp, they're gonna give her a medically assisted... Oh my good lord.
Offered it, yeah. So, yeah, that was pretty funny.
That's twisted, bro. Wow.
So, and moving on here. So, somebody, I didn't see who it was, some dude on the internet. He was getting interviewed by somebody else. But anyway, he uses AI image detector software to, tell if, photos are real or AI.
Oh, cool.
So anyway, he put in all the moon landing photos.
No.
And AI said they're fake.
Well, wait a second, though. Wait. Did you see the failed moon landing by SpaceX? The lander fell on its side. And
that was not SpaceX.
What was it? Who was that?
That was a company. That's really weird because there's a company out of Texas, private-owned company.
Really?
Landed on the moon.
Oh, that's awesome.
And they showed the video. And then 2 days later, today, I see the thing fell over. I'm like, is it the same one? I couldn't tell if it was the same one or not. But yeah, apparently it fell over. It must have been drunk.
Either that or there was a strong lunar breeze.
Solar flare.
I don't know how they got past the Van Allen belt this time, but I guess there was no occupants.
Right,
shit. All right, I'm glad I went live now. This is fun. Go on, bro. I'm sorry.
All right, I got one more for you guys. So this is getting back to the Tesla dealerships, the protests.
Sure.
So apparently, instead of calling them Antifa, they figured out they're all trans, so they now call them Trans-Tifa.
Trans-Tifa. They're removing the Black Lives Matter memorial thing from Washington D.C. They just painted the road that says Black Lives Matter, and now they're
I saw that. That's so stupid that it was even. That whole thing is stupid.
Well, the Black Lives Matter was so corrupt, you know, and that lady's living in a big mansion now, and all that money came from Soros anyway.
Oh, you know what? I saw a close-up picture today of George Floyd on the ground, and the cop's knee is on his shoulder. And then they had the police that testified said that that is not in the training manuals. But, what's his name? Chauvin? Whatever? His mom was on there, and she had his training manuals, and it is in the training manual. He showed the picture of it. It's like a drawing.
Wow.
To put your knee on his shoulder.
And
if you look at the picture, you can tell the guy's knee is on his shoulder.
What? And that didn't come up in court?
Yeah, that was a great big bunch of bullshit. I mean, I feel bad that the guy died, but, you know, you're going to do a bunch of fentanyl and take on the cops. I mean, what are your chances?
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from that. I'll let you finish up on that with a 10-foot pole, but here's another commercial. Oh, this is okay. I'm all fucked up. This is Colder Coverage page. There's a commercial at the beginning and the end of her video, man.
Oh yeah, Twizzlestick just said they removed it from the training manual afterwards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's probably going to get a pardon.
I
bet Trump will wait till the end of his term to do that one, though, because that's controversial.
That's a big deal. I'm glad we're in here talking about Enon, and Blackhawk joined us today. That is really cool. I wonder... Let's see. Okay, let's go to... I wanted to play to Truth Nation Uncensored something, just to get Willie on real quick here. Did you see that potato video, bro?
Yeah, actually, Dad came in and got me and wanted to show me something during that, so I missed it.
Oh, man. I'm ready to play it again. That shit was hilarious, dude.
I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
He was just talking about potatoes. Getting eaten.
Potato.
They surfaced in their submarine. That's our friend, Nothing Half-Assed.
It reminded me of Orange.
Here's a good
Remember
idea.
that?
Let's, that's what I'm saying, Cold. And they did the same to Douglas Outlaw. And I believe they were doing the same to Heather Fitzgerald before she was monetized. I pointed it out to her one time. Let's take a look back real quick at an older Willie video.
But the tip came first, no?
Go ahead.
So, I watched this guy that goes around Florida. I told you about it, but for your people, and it pertains to what you're talking about. This guy goes around Florida and camps out and does a video, and it's really awesome. It's called Rewild Outdoors. And he always said, when I first started watching him, like, I don't know, year and a half ago, he said, I'm not going to monetize this. I just sell T-shirts and mugs and stuff. Anyway, they've been popping up commercials on his stuff, too. So I don't know if he monetized or, like what you're talking about. They're just, like, doing it.
I'll be honest with you, I probably haven't kept up with all the updated little messages that they've sent, and they may have put a legal disclaimer that we're going to do whatever the heck we want on there. I guess I could go and look, but I want to see, I'm interested to see how far ahead of the game Willie was 10 months ago in this video. This guy is friends. Well, he lives in the same town as where the alleged killer is from. So he's always been on top of it here. Hey, all right, James, slowed me down here, man. You're gonna knock me off my feet. Thank you for doing. James is now a member. Awesome again. Thank you, brother. And let me play this video.
You know, Rich was very outspoken about who he was. Rich has nothing to hide.
That's okay. You'll hear it in a second. It's just a little delay.
Well, no, because I don't have the sound on.
Okay. Well, I did you have anything else you wanted to do? You can hang out if you want.
Yeah, I just can't comment on the video because I got the sound off. But I did want to say one thing.
Yeah.
Earlier, you guys were talking that one video you were playing. That dude was like, "Well, they went to the same grocery store." Like, really, bro? It's a little small town. Everybody goes to the grocery store.
Well, that's what he was saying.
I know. It's like, I mean, that's like really out there. That's why I posted the McDonald's comment. Like, yeah, they went to the same McDonald's. Even though they were vegans, maybe they were getting a salad. I don't know.
Yeah, we like him. We're not picking on his video. Anyway,
yeah, that's all I got for tonight, man. I'll let you go so I can keep listening because I can't listen while I'm on the phone because you get feedback.
All right, well, happy Hushroom Monday, bro.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I'm going to eat another one right now, and thanks, everybody, for listening to me, blah, blah, blah.
All right.
Have a great one, Kane, Bees, The Purge.
Well, if I don't see you in the next tomorrow, I'll see you Wednesday.
Okay, shoot me a reminder tomorrow night so we'll be on the same page and time and everything.
You got it, brother.
All right, love you guys. Later.
Peace.
So that's why I always liked Rich. He was a grade above me in high school, and he smoked a lot. I smoked a lot, and yeah, he's just a really down-to-earth guy. So let me see if I can just get him up here. And then Ashley, like I said, she's dealing with the whole cancer thing, but she would like to come up here, the one that worked with him as a security guard. And then, like I said, from there, you know, I'm just going to find out who knows who and try to get to the closest person that was the closest to Brian and just see what they say. Because again, if they come on and say Brian was an asshole, I don't care. Like, I don't need people to come up here and say, oh, Brian was the greatest person in the world. No, I mean, I want to know just raw who he was. That's it. And I think we all do. So yeah. So yeah, while we're waiting, let's see who's here. Jeff. Thanks for joining in. 28 people in here. Everybody's having a great day. Summer Jade. Yeah. So, yeah, but I mean, watching Ashley, and it felt like, I mean, it looked like 90% of the comments felt the same way on that video. I don't know why she has to act so biased. She doesn't have to sit there and say he's innocent, but just report what is in front of you. You know, Nancy Grace being the worst one. I mean, she reads something, she looks at the camera and she spins it in her own words to make it sound vindictive or, you know, devilish. I had faith in Court TV, you know, until I saw Gray Investigates, Gary Hughes, whatever the fuck his name is on there, investigates. And then I knew that was just going to be a shit show and then I saw the comments that he was begging for super chats about, he's all mad about how much he made on Court TV, that he deleted shit. He's a clown. So, you know, I don't mind Vinny. It's just when you have Gary Investigates on your segment, you know, I can't take you seriously, because no matter what you tell that guy, he's going to call you an idiot. He's going to go with his narrative, and, you know, it's his way or the highway. Yeah, I don't give a shit if I call him Gary. That's his name. That's his name to me, because I know it pisses him off. And the only reason I have bad blood with him is because when I didn't know anything about anything, I went into his chat and I just said, you know, what do you guys think here? And he made a mockery of me in front of a ton of people for just asking a simple question. And I hear he does it to a lot of people. So, yeah, if you ever see this, fuck you, Gray. Moving on. Let's see.
Tell us how you really feel, Willie.
Yeah, where's Brian at? I think he's probably sleeping. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I never promoted my channel anywhere, or tried to, you know, get my subs up as high as I can. You guys know I don't give a shit about that. You know, I don't care if YouTube takes the channel or this video down. I really don't. I'm just trying to bring some raw shit that you guys have been on the ride with me for a long time, because I know a lot of people here have taken a lot of flack from others for having their opinion, and you know, it builds up inside of you. All right, Rich, yes, you guys click on the link. Sit here. He blocked me for calling him Gary.
I love the.
He hates it.
I love the.
Black-
I love the bad actors guy.
Yeah, we were all partying.
That does. Oh, this is a good interview. Actually, this is actually. I want to play this. The Gray Hughes guy who ran away from Kane Francelis or whatever. He. I don't know if Gray Hughes put it up or what, but he had a prison bars or whatever in front of him, and he wouldn't do anything until he cried for more money. I was like, what? Who does that?
And back then, like, we all partied.
Yeah.
And, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, this
he
is a
was
good one.
doing heroin, and
Mhm.
I was doing heroin. So we knew each other. Like, if I needed stuff, sometimes he'd call me, or I'd call him, or we had the, same deal or something.
This is Koberger's friend that Willie knows. Here, I'll put the closed captions on.
meet up sometimes, and
Okay. Yeah, and I
Yeah.
saw you. I mean, I saw you say that to Fox, and I talked to Mike, and Mike said, but I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he stop in 2012? Like, didn't he stop doing it?
I don't know when he stopped. I know he went to rehab a couple times, and like, we would call him. Like, we wouldn't hear from him, so we would call, and his dad would answer, and his dad was always like, he was just joking. He's like, yeah, Brian's on a secret mission. Like, he'd say some shit like that. That was just a joker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because Mike told me, like, he kind of, like, started going to rehab, and then in 2012 or around there, 2013, I don't know what I forget what the hell Mike said, but after, like, he got clean, he kind of just, like, cut everybody off and disappeared, and then, started pursuing his PhD.
And that's what caught me, because so I knew him in and out of rehab, and he was a heroin addict, he was using, so that's the Brian I knew. And then I don't know when he got clean, but at some point he got clean. And so when I heard about the murders, and then it said that Brian Koberger, he lived in whatever state he was out west, and that he was going for his PhD, I was like, damn, all right, I forgot all about that kid. So that's where he's at now. That's what he's doing with his life. He's going to school. He got clean. I was happy to hear that. So when I heard about the murders, I was like, how could he get clean and then do so well and then kill 4 people? I'm like, everything just seems a little off. Right when I'm like, it seems weird.
So you kind of felt it was weird right off the jump.
Yeah, because I haven't heard from him in years.
I just want to stop and talk about that for a second. Where I'm at right now with this whole thing. I think what happened, just my opinion, in this particular case, is somebody did this crime. They had time to clean up, and they had either he was around there or brought there, or they had something from him as far as whatever DNA wound up there, and it was placed there. And whether I don't know. From what I've seen, he's not guilty, man. There's no evidence of it, and it's like JJ Vance was saying last night. There was a lot of pressure, remember, on the police to find somebody, and we can see that they stretched every little thing they had to try to fit his narrative, right? So now all our conjecture, and I've been telling Twiz, I mean, like, it's all our conspiracy theories and thoughts are coming through, and we knew a year and a half or more even not to believe a word in that PCA, and now for them, 100% for them to say that Dylan's statements were consistent over 4 interviews is the wildest tale I've ever heard. And then on top of it, you have this cell phone data. The problem I have going in, I feel that Ann's made she's made weak arguments. Not weak, but like she hasn't either worded them correct. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, and I can't sit here and judge her. And I hope in this hand, and I wish in that other hand, right? But that she has set up something that will bring this whole ivory tower tumbling down. And I know you all do too. But I feel the way she has presented these arguments has left Swiss cheese holes in it that not the prosecution, but the judge has been able to just enough grab on legally and bring them down. I wonder in going forward in the future, studied by law students and this type of thing and lawyers, and looking back, how well his decisions will hold up. But as far as right now, it's his courtroom, his decisions stand, and that's what we're dealing with. What they want to do is get this to the dumb jury trial where they go, well, it's DNA twice on Sunday. He has an expert and they have an expert, so I don't know. I'm going to believe the ones because we trust the police. This is Idaho. Give me a potato. And then you have the cell phone data, which is going to be clearly showing that he wasn't at the house, which they tried to say 12 times, and then that he wasn't in the area that night. And she stated that, but I don't feel she had the, not enthusiasm, but like the dramatic presentation that it needed to capture the essence of what it is. And that's why I worry that she's very even-keeled, right? And it's indicative of a public defender. Now, when you have a private attorney that's on fire to win, to make a name for himself, to prove, especially if you have an innocent client, that you are going to go balls to the wall, like Rockford was singing before for James. That's what you need to be. We can't let this thing go. Now, the motions in limine are insane, one after the other, and starting with the one about the families not being able to be present. What happened there? What happened that was actually presented? And then he's not allowed to talk about the alternative suspects? And then they don't want him to be able to talk about the IGG? And it's like, it's not giving him a chance. First, they scramble the discovery. They don't give it. Then they scramble it. And then they still haven't given it. And then they want to say that he can't defend himself against it. What freaking country is that? Okay, so these are the stands that needed to be made. And it's like Twiz says, the hearings weren't the place for a lot of this stuff. And he makes a great point. And you're right, Twiz, on that. But you also had... I had an article up, discussing it from kind of the mainstream media sort of angle or whatever. But anyway, let's continue back on this because this is a good interview.
And then I heard that, and I'm hearing about him murdering people, and I'm like, buddy was going for his PhD, and that's what I was like, damn, he went for his PhD. I'm like, he was just a heroin addict. He really turned his life around.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what that's what Mike. I mean, that's the same thing Mike told me as well, where he kind of just went to rehab. He kind of like went through the steps, and he was working towards his goal. Now let me ask you, like when you guys would, get high and chill and shit like that, what would he talk about? What was his interest? You know what I mean? Like what was he into and shit,
I'm so shot. I was using a lot, but He was.
Yeah.
He talk about girls and
Okay.
talk about was it girls and that you love to get high. He was always he just liked to get high.
Yeah, that's what Mike said. He liked to do a lot, dude, and just kind of, chill.
Yeah,
I
but
just
he
didn't know if
wasn't.
I just didn't know if he was into like video games, if he was into, I know he liked to run and shit, but I figure when you're doing heroin and shit, I don't know the
Yeah,
activities people do,
yeah. I don't remember. It's a shame because I partied so much back then. I did so much drugs that I
Yeah.
don't remember details. I don't remember a lot. I'm so
Yeah.
shut out. But
Nah, dude,
I
I
do
remember.
know
I mean,
that.
I remember when I was in high school. You just smoked a lot of pot, and then all of a sudden
Oh
heroin
yeah.
hit the area so hard, dude, like a tidal
Yeah, I was
wave.
doing pills and shit in high school too. Like I was addicted to painkillers already, and smoked a
Jeez.
lot of weed and shit like that. But
Yeah. But at that point, heroin and shit, and all that stuff wasn't in the area, like how it hit hard, and whatever
yeah,
year it came. You know what I mean?
yep. A lot
Um.
of people were doing the
So
pills,
that's
and then
interesting,
when
man.
that got yeah.
That's interesting. Well, let me ask you this. So after, because I kind of send you, stuff here and there, but I know me and you haven't spoke for a while, but kind of just seeing what's been put out and how, the public's opinion is.
I have to address that, Glenda. By my accounting, her record is 1-3, and the one is a tie at best, because moving to Boise, I don't think really benefited anyone. I think you still have the saturation of the mainstream media there, because it's a very hot topic out in the Pacific Northwest, with the stupid narratives, and they've already gotten it out there. People that are just living their everyday lives, not worried about this case, don't want to hear any further. They heard he was a stalker, he was a student at the nearby school, he had all these problems. They will probably end up trying to use the ASD against them, even though they're trying to push a motion in limine against his, either it was Asperger's or what's the other, autistic, against him, even though they don't want to. And that reminds me, where is it? Christy Nevada sent me. Let me go back here and look. A link, and it shows who is possibly his. Where is it? His therapist for those diagnoses. So I don't know if this was after he was already locked up. It's way back. Gosh, I get tons of them here. All right, let's skip ahead there and go to translucent.
Hold up, folks. Let's talk about those bulb cameras and clear up some confusion. You might have seen videos from Murphy Knows All claiming the bulb camera was 40 seconds behind. But here's the deal. That's not how these smart devices work. These cameras are designed to detect motion and instantly send alerts. There's no way they could have any such delay. It's all about real-time monitoring and quick notifications. The Linda Lane camera overlooking Taylor Avenue might hold the key. We believe it was this camera meant by Payne as the first sighting of the Elantra in the neighborhood at 3:29 a.m. Murphy Knows Nearly All decided that since this camera spotted the car at 3:29 a.m., and he believed it was too far to be considered within the neighborhood, then the only explanation for the Elantra being at 1112 King Road at 3:29 a.m. was because the 1112 camera was running behind. Well, since we know motion cameras cannot be behind, then actually the only real explanation is that Payne did include this view as being in the neighborhood. And in fact, the car probably arrived around 3:30 a.m. at the house. The other Linda Lane footage kind of confirms that anyway.
It's right here, you guys. And the vehicle's driving like this.
Okay, anyway, Twiz had a post. Let's go look at that. That pretty much agreed exactly. Why are there so many other videos? Court TV, blah, blah, blah. Did I put Twizzle? Oh, I didn't put Twizzle stickers. Here it is. So this, if you watched my live the other night, this was the the same conclusion that I come to. And I always say that I have my Jenn, I have Heather, I got Twiz, I got JJ, but we all do our own little thing. And a lot of times we'll come on the show and we'll have more or less the same conclusions on a lot of stuff. And so when I did the GIMP Photoshop live the other night at the end there, the one thing I noticed was the straight edge. Let me put the straight edge to this back bumper. Brian Koberger's rear bumper has a rounded edge to it back here, and this one appears to be very straight. And he did a really good job. However he cleaned this up. Yeah, I mean, we don't always, not everybody always agree on everything, right? But this is definitely where we meet in the middle, for sure. And why are the people spreading nonsense saying stop the nonsense? So people are saying that this has been screwed with. Look at this. That's interesting that somebody points that out. If you look at this, you can almost see the posts right here. Maybe I'll blow this up for you guys real quick. That's interesting. I didn't notice that before. I wasn't really looking in the car. Yeah. Look at this. Okay. Hold on. Let me look inside the car. Does that look like the headrest post to anyone else? Right. Hold on. Right here. It looks like there's nobody in the car to me. And it's weird because it looks like the seat is halfway in, like it's in the middle of the car. That just may be an optical illusion or something. I don't know. Does anybody else see that? And then there's like, I don't know what these is, if they're reflection or the rearview mirror would normally be there. Maybe that's a dash cam or something. But do you guys see? So people are saying it looks like it's been screwed with. I don't know. That's pretty fascinating right there. The headrest is off. Let's go closer. I don't know. I really want to get down more into this. Thanks for this, Twiz. Let's see here. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I don't know. It appears to me that something. Sorry, I'm not here. Is blurred out right here, and then to me it looks like it could be the headrest post. It could be anything, of course. I don't know. And then I don't know what's going on here. Maybe a dash cam also. And then I guess this is looking more like just the rearview mirror. Now, that's great. It's such a blurry photo, but let's look at it closer over here on the edge. Yeah, I mean there are Elantras or other vehicles, not Elantras necessarily. Do we see a Hyundai logo? See any? You can't even make out the logo at all. I suppose this does look like a Hyundai Grill, a later model though. I think, but it's definitely got that straight edge, whereas Brian's has that rounded, and that again, like I said, it's a blurry picture, it's hard to tell, but that's a great post, and I'm glad you did that. I'm glad we agreed on that one. Hold on, let me see here. Get smaller again. Here, and... Okay. Chickbait had a live today. And I tuned in when I woke up. I rolled out of the bed, and I turned it on, and she had Batwing glasses. I almost lost it. I almost fell out of my chair because we did a live one time and I was being swooped. I was on my bike and I was being swooped by bats. And it was like me and her and Heather in the chat. It's all. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Where was I? Oh yeah. Let's see. There was a Bubbly Waters video I wanted to watch here. Let me see what's going on. A lot of people have been talking about the Little Lane thing. I don't know. This is yesterday. Check this out.
And welcome back to this U.S. Open office plan.
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using...
I've had a hold of this video from the people on the hill behind the house. The sister and the two brothers. And I didn't really know what they were saying. I didn't understand it until just now. I'm looking through the records for the JJB bust, and it sent me to a page with a bunch of A Nation stuff on it. Well, one of them was called the Ghostface Gang. And guess what? Check this out.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
Whoa.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
That's a little sick, if you ask me. Please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface.
No, please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
That's a little sick, if you ask me. Please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be the sequel. And they have on wings, like they're... It cut me off, so I had to start all over again. Like they have on angel wings, and they're saying, "Please, Mr. Ghostface." What is it? Please, Mr. Ghostface. I don't want to kill. What do they say? It's about, I don't want you to kill me. Something about the sequel. Being there for the sequel. It's like it's called Ghostface Gangsters, and it is part of the Nation gangs. They just call themselves Ghostface. They're from Georgia. And it's just creepy. I mean, the timing of this, it just is just creepy. And I don't understand the videos she makes. I mean, they're very suggestive as to hurting people. I mean, she's got another one that's just terrible too. And I don't really know who her friend is right here, but she looks familiar, and I can't think of who she is, but I don't know. I wonder if they're in a corner club. No, it looks like there's an upstairs bar there or something. But it was been kind of tossed around that something happened around Halloween time, and that's what set everything off. But I'm thinking it had to be set up earlier than that, compared to, I mean, looking now into like the Dylan stuff and all those text messages. I mean, it's just creepy as all get up. Now, these gangs, particular gangs, they're all about, this one's about the 1122 or 13. I mean, it's just all these different ways you can put it. The 112, the 221. It's so close to what's the numbers. I mean, that the numbers are, we all talk about the numbers.
Remember the frat boys afterwards were always holding up the symbol 4 too, which was wild. So that's a real Ghostface gang, not just, it's, I get the reference, to the movie. Man, that's a good one, Bubs. Damn.
That's right. The numerology is just off the charts. I mean, every time I turn around, there's something that's got a 1 and a 2. And I mean, I know that's part of our number system, right? There's going to be there, 1 out of 10, right?
Roller, are you still here? Post that picture. I don't have it handy again, please, of the kitchen. for me, if you will.
But it's just ridiculous. But anyway, I thought I'd bring this to you because it just creeped me out so bad. And I didn't want to be creeped out by myself. Love you guys.
That's funny, okay. She had a couple, hold on. Yeah, that's funny, as a proofreader. See if she's any short ones here. What is this? Oh my gosh. That is a good one, the stuffed Terry one. Yeah, I don't know if there's music on this, probably. But everybody holding that Terry doll. And then you had Showalter right there at the end, if you saw him. And Idaho's a wild place, man. There's so many. Hold on, if she can stop it on time. There's Showalter right there. I think I played that earlier in one of the lives. Anyway, all right, let's go back to Rollo. I think. Hold on. Where were we?
And once the car passes, the first car, that's when he goes to the car to try to find out who it was, because obviously it was a witness, to what was happening. So look into the window. Look, see, you can see movements through the windows from one side to the other way to the other side of the car. Through the windows, look.
4 tacos.
You know what I'm saying? You see something going on in the back seat. Look. See that? See somebody's face, like on the passenger side. Look, saw that? And he's facing the back, like towards the rear of the car on the inside. They're putting somebody out or something. I don't know. So it looks like to me. But I don't know. Some of you guys, know what I'm saying? Look on the left. Look. Look right there too, straight up. See the girl over here on the middle, in between the two cars? Right there. Female. I mean, you're not gonna see it clear as day because we're not supposed to see this. People are like, I don't see it. I don't see what you're seeing. It's blurred out. Oh, that's the whole intention. That's my whole point. You're not supposed to see it. But I'm trying to work with you guys and unblur it, and so you guys could see.
One thing granted on this, and I think everybody's starting to agree, is okay. So Jen's pointed out, and we've talked about here, as far as that police car goes, that we haven't seen before or after the electric or the hybrid police car that they mansplained, that the department, they made sure they got that on the body cam, that the department was bringing in to save money, and then suddenly it's vanished, right? And so a lot of people have said, I know Rollo especially has proclaimed that that car was not only the lookout, but the car that's seen driving on that other cam, which is just the thought of it is unbelievable. But at this point, who would be shocked by it? They've hidden everything. They've lied about almost every damn thing, and they can't get one story straight. And yet this DA, he wants to proliferate this prosecution despite all of its faults. I mean, it's one thing, let him go and bring him back when you have a case. But instead, they want to get it to trial and try to execute an innocent man the case is closed, they can move on with enrollment, right? Anyway, okay. Let's check out, hold on. What do we got here? Okay, she's had a lot of posts, and a couple of them were really good. Chickbait, this is from Roz Knight Squeeze the Quos channel. I have never seen this pic with a timestamp. Not sure how she got it, but it was posted 11:57 Eastern, which makes it 8. And I asked her, and let me see if she replied. I don't think she replied. I asked her, is that AM or PM? Because I don't know. Okay, so in November, when do you fall back? In November, like later in November. So it's still daylight out. So is this in the morning? Let me see if she answered me. Yeah, she didn't get to my question yet. Let me see if Jen's going to come on so we can talk about this more. But I want to go to the point in the video where it shows, well, we'll just take her word for it. The timestamp is there. Does anybody know in the chat offhand? Apparently this lady found this video with that timestamp. Let me see what Jen's up to. Sorry, dead air Kane. Let's see if she's gonna join us or not. Zoom into it more. Well, this picture doesn't have the timestamp on it, translucent. I don't think. The video it appears at 1:44 in the video. That's not the timestamp. So I don't know. That the football game was that day. So this is clearly before the game, right? I'm assuming this is on them getting dressed up, getting ready to go to the game. It's PM. I checked. Okay, thank you, Translator. Appreciate that. PM. So okay, wait. So it's 11:57 Eastern, which 3 hours back is 8:57, 9 p.m. So it's still pretty bright out. I guess you haven't fallen back at that point. So this, maybe it was a late game. 9 o'clock at night, though? That's wild to me. I need a drink. Oh, man, I'm out of whiskey. No, I'm not drinking whiskey. Oh, I still have my Celsius. This is my third one. Oh, shit, I finished. I gotta get a drink. Hey, Tex-Mex, how are you? Nice to see you. We're just having a fun little chat today. All right, and let's see what else is new today. We got 9:30. Truth or Transparency was supposed to be on. Let's see what Jen has to say here. Okay, 5 more minutes, and we'll have Jen on here. And you can't see the potato on my phone. But, oh, look at this. Oh, man, that's wild. How'd you like to see that coming at you? Yeah, of course they got music with it. Yeah, oh my God. What? Oh, dude. Watch him try to pet the lion. Watch. Yep. Oh, you idiot. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, that's on. Okay, I keep getting these ridiculous things. I guess Bam Margera is trying to make this comeback, and they keep showing him skating as an old man, and his skills are not what they used to be. And he's still calling out Knoxville on making jackass movies without him. I don't know, just sidebarring that. It's about it. Oh, that's pretty cool. Look at that. Oh, that's crazy. Alright, we got Jenn at Criminal Confidential. Wait a second. Is that real? Look at that. Define death, gravity, and everything. My dog, Aki, when we were at La Jolla Cove, where A.R. Hayes was when he visited San Diego the other day, and I love this one. Don't do Ozempic, folks. He was a wild puppy. He was really fast. I ran him from the day I got him. And what were you saying about Knoxville? Oh, you met his Knoxville's parents? Oh, I'm sure they're nice. He's actually a really nice guy. He's a funny guy. But my dog. Okay, so there's these cliffs, and there's a cave right where it meets the little beach that's in the cove area. It's a Kellogg's Park is there, and you have this sheer cliff, and there's a place called Washing Machines, where it's a blowhole, and so when the tide comes in and out, it blows up, like, what's it called, Yosemite National Park. It's a geyser, comes up when the waves are big. So we're out there one day with my friend Shapper and my girlfriend, Tabitha, right? And, he was just a puppy at this point, and so, I just let him off the leash, because it's just, flat rock there, and then there's the cliff. So he decides to run up these goat trails on the side of the cliff, right? And he's going, running full speed, right? So he comes back, and he's 20 feet up on rocks at the bottom, remember? And he goes, and the trail ends, and he's running full speed, and he does a flip. He literally does a 360, lands on his feet on the below goat trail on the other side, and it's like 10 feet across. He totally did what that goat did. Flew through the air, did a flip, landed on his feet, and kept running. So he gets down to the bottom, right? And Shapper's by the cliff, and I'm out by the water checking out seals or something, right? And so my dog jumps into the washing machine, the hole in the rock where it gets sucked out by the tide and blown up. And she goes, Kane, your dog just got sucked into the hole. And I said, well, pick him up. And so the tide had sucked him down into the hole. And then the tide came back in, and he came up, and she grabbed him. Luckily, he never would have made it. He loved to jump in crazy water. I used to take him over to the golf course, and it might sound animal rights activist, but East Lake Golf Course was adjacent to where my mom lived when I first moved back here from San Diego to Clearwater or Palm Harbor, and East Lake Golf Course was wild. It was in the woods, so there was tons of deer. You had to drive slow at night, or you get them. But we would go there at night, and he would just chase the deer. And of course, they outrun him. They were these big bucks, though. They're like elk. They're like moose-sized deer. Scary. And he was wild. He would just get out there, and you just hear his thundering footsteps. And he'd come back like half an hour later, exhausted, and I'd just take him home, give him some water. And anyway, so we'd have to walk through a parking lot, and at the parking lot there was this little gully, and then after the gully there was this probably 20 by 30 pond, and it couldn't have been 5 feet deep of black, muddy water, right? And so I'm walking him, and and we're to the edge of the golf course, the 8th hole or whatever, where I'm gonna let him go chase the deer, and I let him off the leash, and he just decides to jump in that murky water, and he was under that muddy water for a full minute. I thought I'd lost him. I thought that was it. A gator got him, and he came. I don't know what he was chasing after, because I didn't see anything, but something must have moved in there. And he came up after that minute with the most terrified look that you've ever seen in your life. And his ears are full of mud. I had to give him a full bath before I took him back upstairs, Just a funny dog story about Aki. I'm trying to kill time until criminal competition. Let's Let's listen in on Miss Potts real quick. She had a great live today, my wonderful Miss Potts. And let's see what she got here. Boom, boom. I just want to pop in where we were watching it. Okay, this is the motions, and that's coming up. All right, this is something very astounding.
Okay, next one.
It's not showing the chat replay.
Sorry, guys. I'm in another window. So sorry, so sorry. Let me bring this up. It's going to be this one. Share that. Ro, hello. For fuck's sake, Fitziana, I just saw you out of the corner of my eye while I was over here screen sharing. Ro, you're here. Hello. Who else is here that I missed? Beep beep bitches. Good morning. Good afternoon. Whatever time it is where you are. Susanne, hello.
Beep beep.
Welcome,
Here come
everybody.
Barbie
Welcome
in her.
Swampside chick. Hi. I just saw you going by. Jesse. Hello, darling. Meg T. Thanks, honey, for being here. Appreciate you. Deborah Lynn Polly. Hello. D Smalls. Hello.
She hates it when I play her at double
I'm
speed.
sorry. Silent G. Hello.
Where's Silent G? Is it Gangsta
All right.
Silent G?
All right. Cool. 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 Everybody good? Everybody tracking? I hope the information is easy to follow along. Tried to just highlight what's important and keep it moving. Yeah.
I'm ready to go for
Mikey
a 4th
S,
Celsius.
what
You're
up?
going to have to double dog dare me. I might have a heart attack over regular right now.
Welcome on in. You missed about 48 minutes, but that's okay. Welcome on in. You'll have to go hit it at replay. 2-speed, like Kane does. 1347 in Cleveland.
Wait, what did she say about me?
If I missed you, I'm sorry. Silent G, hello. Alright. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Everybody good? Everybody tracking? I hope the information is easy to follow along. Tried to just highlight what's important and keep it moving. Yeah. Mikey S, what up? What up, homie? Welcome on in. You missed about 48 minutes, but that's okay. Welcome on in. You'll have to go hit it up at replay. 2-speed, like Kane does. 1347 in Cleveland. I hope it's nice where you are, darling, and you and the pod must get to enjoy some beautiful weather. It's a gorgeous day here. I scrubbed my car and gave it a good cleaning inside and out. Southwest Florida, what up? Oh, I miss Florida so much. I want to go back to Miami so bad. All right, let's get into this. Enough. Let's get into what we really came here for, and let's stay on track. All right. Silent G, what's good? Not much, honey. Had to redo this whole thing because I accidentally deleted my freaking live yesterday. I got a copyright strike for playing music, and when I went to edit it, I thought I was editing out the portion that was copyrighted.
I don't know if... Oh, she is listening. Hey, Miss Potts. Busted! No, what I wanted to say is that it's not technically a copyright strike, and I don't know what consequences there are. They tell you, oh, you have a copyright, it can't be monetized, and I guess you're monetized at this point, so it doesn't matter. But I can say with me and Jenn just ignores them, and so I've been ignoring them lately, because if you delete the whatever section, it takes away the live chat replay. So you have that. But if you're I don't think you're monetized, so you can just leave it. And I guess they could strike you if they want to, but I think the only ones that actually strike you, because if you actually get a strike, they suspend you for a week, and then they give, if you get another one in that month or 3 months, then you can't do anything for that 3 months. And then but just so everybody knows, I know a lot of creators watch this show, there are things you can do. Check this out. Okay, so this is one. And what you do is if you use OBS, or it's possibly the same in StreamYard, and Heather knows about this. I call it the cover. And so this is a translucent cover that I put over the videos to confuse the AI, and I'm probably drawing AI's attention to it now talking about it. But you put it, and so you can see through it. So That's one thing. And then I if I have something I'm worried about, something being hit, I'll just make it backwards and do the MK Ultra thing on that shit. It's like this, just to help you guys out. And so that's one thing as far as like if it's movies or something like that. And then the third thing I got from Heather Fitzgerald is to, with music, if you record it, if you have it recorded and you're playing it back using VLC, then you can adjust the speed to something that's not going to really affect the sound of the music very much, like a 1.10, and then AI won't be able to detect it. Or you can play other music behind it, and just at a low volume, it scrambles the AI thingamadabber. Anyway, so, hey Gretchen, become a moderator, would you? Here we go. Welcome in, everybody. Very nice to see everyone. If you're new to the Purge, join in the chat. Meanie doesn't bite. Please hit that subscribe button for me. And let's get all this fun stuff out there for more to see and more to enjoy. I appreciate each and every one of you's dedication to this case. You know what you've given up to be here, and I appreciate it. And I thank you, and I want to take care of each and every one of you as much as I can. So, all right, so there's that. And then, so we're going to play a little game today after this called Let's See If Kane Won the Lottery. Let's go on.
And that's not what I did. I kept what was copyrighted and deleted everything else. But I mean, I'm not a real YouTuber. I don't make videos, and I don't know how to edit them, so it is what it is.
Oh, that's the other thing. I was talking about the G Drive earlier, the Google Drive, Ms. Potts. And if you ever have a video that you want edited, I'd be happy to edit it for you. I've streamlined my editing thing now. And you know what? While we're at it, before we do your thing, let's do more me. Because everybody, there's not enough me, really. Let's face it. And there's a lot of alt me's, but let's get as many me's as we can up in here. And I got you blurred out real quick. There's the Eric Grower thing. And there it is. Okay. And so I'm going to play my little video that I actually did edit. All right. I can edit for you, Jen. I'll be happy to. All the stuff you've done for me, I'll do anything for you, sweetheart. Okay, so let's look at me. And you know what? You know what pisses me off? I can't control the volume on this, but that's how it is. So check this out. If you missed it earlier, sorry. If you're seeing this for the third time, I just, you know. Any day now. Here we go. Okay, where you going? Nowhere. Let me refresh that page real quick, guys. Sorry about that.
Hello, Jeff. Hey, kitty. Oh.
We'll watch it backwards. It's like a whole new video now.
I've been single for 10 years. It's not a long shot. Somebody just needs to grow a pair and step up. I am shockingly available.
Oh, you get out of the car. Get out. Okay. Get out of the car. Okay. Get out of the car. I'm getting out.
In Arkansas, that is State Police Officer Ryan Wingo.
There's no need for that.
Why are you doing that?
He's doing it because his feelings.
Shoe factory. I had a car slam on the brakes in front of me.
I had a car slam on the brakes in front of me. No, you flashed your lights, and they pulled over, as they are supposed to do.
They're stating these tales, but I'm fresh in the plan. Mother soldiers, but I'm just a man. I'm not the fan creeping through the scene. Did a wreck, shot, didn't lie. You can't gauge the truth, so why even try? No phone on the tower, no dirt on my name. You're digging for answers in a made-up game. I'm here in the fight, but I'm rolling the show. Truth's got my back and it's ready to blow. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be.
Gliding across the top. That is mental.
That is sketchy.
Look at the guy in front. He's just gleaming. The guy back is the guy back.
Got my back and it's ready to blow. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. Speed up! But I don't agree. I'm standing tall. Just let me be.
Yep, that's me.
Facts don't fade and the lies don't stick. Just the same feels turning slow but thick. I'm rising above, no fear in my stride. Truth by my side, got nothing to hide. I'm not your boogeyman, I'm not your ghost. Didn't take their light, didn't come that close. They need a bad guy, but I don't agree. I'm standing tall, just let me be.
Oh, what you doing, bro? That's a female. Oh. Get the doctor. Get the doctor.
I help you. You're smelling that.
Heather. She gets in my back rooms and puts this stuff in here, guys. I don't know what it is all about. And there's a trip down memory lane of my thumbnails. I love that one with Miss Potts. Is my favorite. That's one of my favorites. I like that one. I love this one. There is a way to post a GIF thumbnail, and I've tried. I followed the directions on the box, and I tried to do it where your thumbnails can be a video. Instead, I don't even think you're supposed to even hover over it, but it doesn't work. Another failed YouTube experiment. But if I made you a mod, you're a mod because I trust you, and I want you to post links to anything you think is interesting there. Or if you want to post pictures of your cat, just don't post 56 gigabytes of dick pics, please. And that's why everybody's blue. So I want YouTube to be more interactive, and this is my effort. I think down the road, when I switch over to Rumble, we'll add the Discord thing. I know Heather and is this a video you want me to play? What can you? Heather and Jen keep trying to get me in Discord, and they swear up and down that it's safe, so I'm going to trust them. They have experience with it, and that's where they talk shit about me behind my back. That's what that Discord was formed for. It's to talk shit about Kane making copies over there. Keep it to 55 gigabytes. Yes, nothing over 55 is allowed. And they can't be like uncircumcised or anything, because then or weird. Shit. Oh my gosh, let's not get into that. All right, Jen. Yeah, if you'd like to call in, please, that's the funniest thing I've heard all day to us. Please do now, Jen. At the mark 3, 2, 1. Janet, Criminal Confidential. Come on down to the main stage, Scoop, And let's get you on the air. I like your lives too. I like picking on Carlos. How did you do at the casino, by the way? Typically Unique. I was interested to hear if I know you went there for your birthday. I was wondering what you guys' takeaway. I'm trying to. I guess you have Indian casinos over there in Ohio as well as we have here. I'm interested to hear what the quality level is. It's got to be a lot of fun. I love the new slot machine. But if they, while we're talking about casinos, they have. With a woman, you always have to wait. She's got to get ready. See, she does full makeup, even though it's just a call-in. She is completely done up, new dress every time, all that shit. Just like the Miss Potts. Let's go back to the Miss Potts video. I suck at life. Here we go. Let me hide it so Trish doesn't have a heart attack here. Hold on. All right, now I can close that. Thanks for watching my video over and over with me. I appreciate it.
This. All right, next. This is going to be another quick one. Motion in limine number 14 regarding statistical analysis. Statement of facts. In grand jury testimony, Jade Miller testified as to the results of testing done on item Q11, the sheath strap and inner snap. The statistic reported by the lab is the likelihood ratio. Here we go with the likelihood ratio again, huh? Miller testified that the likelihood ratio compares the probability of the evidence, meaning the DNA profile obtained, and comparing two different hypotheses.
Hi, everybody. We got Jenn. What's your name? Jenn at Criminal Confidential or something? I was going to tell a story real quick. Say hi, everybody, Jenn.
Hi, everybody.
My ex in high school, and I should have married her. She was amazing. Really sweet girl, and I won't say her name because of the story I'm going to tell. But we had a pretty steamy romance, and it was going somewhere. And we were in a summer drama program. It was, I had to take summer school to finish school, long story. Anyway, so on the night of the cast party after the show, I'm going to have a party at my house, right? And she had the same car as me, and we're parallel parked on Hercules Avenue by Clearwater High School. And so I'm like, okay, yeah, just follow me to my house, and we'll go and whatever, and we're going to drink. And so I pull out, and I guess I zipped in front of this car, thinking, okay, I'll just get into traffic and she'll follow behind. Apparently, we kept driving, thinking she was behind us the whole way. We didn't realize she wasn't behind us until I got to my house. But apparently, she tried to pull out and didn't look. When I pulled out and got T-boned and was taken to the hospital, wouldn't talk to me ever again, blamed me for the whole thing. Anyway, years later, she was the manager of one of those Sunset casino cruise things in Newport Richey. And apparently her ex-husband, when I tried to recontact and rekindle 20 years later, was on trial for murder. And I went to her door of her parents' house, and they looked at me like I had three heads asking for her. I don't know if they remembered me from the accident. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm Kane, Shit. Okay, I'm sorry, Jen.
Who did he murder?
I think he ended up getting off, and I don't know if they stayed married or not, but I think that he didn't get convicted. I don't know. I didn't really follow the whole trial thing on it.
My ex-fiance is currently, I guess, I don't know, I didn't keep up with the case, but he got locked up for murder as well.
Allegedly.
And you know how I found out? I was watching YouTube, and all of a sudden I see some, it was autoplay, and it was him. I was like, oh shit.
What? How long were you guys together, if you don't mind me asking?
Like a year and a half, not super long.
That's, that's the magic number. I'm going to put a shirt over this. Is that better? Yeah. That's the magic number for me for relationships. I found after a year and a half, that familiarity breeds contempt thing seems to proliferate. Does anybody else have that experience? After a year and a half, you could be as hot and heavy, in with the family, in love up and down, but then a year and a half comes and shit just starts sliding downhill. Every relationship I ever had.
It really wasn't, like, our relationship wasn't bad. Like, the timing was off. I had a lot of stuff going on, but it wasn't, like, bad. It ended really bad, but it was like, go big or go home. But, like, up until then, it was great, actually. And then I just happened to see that shit, and I was like, holy shit. So, I don't know what's going on with this case. Last thing I heard there was a lawsuit. He got the shit beat out of him, like, in front of corrections, so he sued New York State Corrections or whatever.
Wow.
He was in the hospital for like 7 days, I think. You want to see the surveillance video? I forget if it's him and one guy or him and two other guys, like all masked up, everything. He's a Hell's Angel, so he shot and killed like a pagan, like, it was some war, and I knew it was him immediately when I saw how he walked. Like I could tell even though you couldn't see his face or nothing. It's just crazy. You can't get away with any crime. There's cameras everywhere. Like, you stupid ass.
Well, as long as you don't do it on camera and you put the body in water, they'll never figure it out. They'll say it was
said in a pool or something, like the chlorine, the water. Not that I thought about that ahead of time.
One of the things that J.J. Vance talks about is the Scientologists. Well, one of the cases that is bringing them down is here in Clearwater. They took over the Fort Harrison Hotel, and they kept this one. What they do is they get you in there and they hold you prisoner, allegedly. And this woman was covered in cockroach bites, had 3...
Cockroaches bite? I didn't know they bite. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, because she was in there. She was locked in there forever, but she had 3 gunshot wounds, and the owned police here in Clearwater called it an accident or a suicide. 3 gunshot wounds and suicide.
Accident or suicide, like which one? Those are pretty different things.
Oh, I didn't shoot myself enough. Let me keep going.
Figuratively, they kept her, locked up. I thought you meant like emotionally trapped. I didn't know you meant literally.
Yeah, and they have a storefront there on Hollywood Boulevard. If you commit the murder in Moscow, you're good to go. Yeah, well, unless you're from out of town. And you're in trouble, right? Let's put Miss Potts up there. Let me get this cover off. Okay, that's off. And then we got GCD and Miss Potts. I thought Miss Potts had a new... I love how the little things are news to me. There she is. A new avatar, but it was just... Anyway, Jen, how are you doing?
I'm good.
On my desk. What have you... Have you got a new video for us today, or did you need me to edit that for you?
No, it's like, no. My computer broke, and like I've been using my daughter's old like crappy Chromebook, and it's hard for me to edit on my phone, so I've just really been slacking.
I want to UPS you one of my computers. I really do.
Yeah, please
because
do.
they're already...
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. It was like a year old. Like both charging ports, it's like a C charging port. Like, they must have burnt out internally or something, because I tried, like, 5 different chargers, and then I took it to Geek Squad, and they tried chargers.
Oh.
And,
yeah, you have a short, for sure. I wish you were
I
here
don't know how
because
that happened.
There's a guy that fixes stuff. Oh, the wind is crazy here, and I keep getting twitchy about Ratley over here. I don't know.
You never caught the rat?
I never caught him, but I think I think he would come by night, and I found where he was coming in, and I sealed it up with that foam, which is a temporary, that Expando foam stuff, which is a temporary fix, obviously. They can chew through that stuff, but for now, I think I've had 0 incidents, and I haven't had one in the traps, and the traps are all up in there under the cupboard where I found the droppings, and he hasn't done a Peter Pan off anything, so I'm somewhat.
A Peter Pan? What do you mean?
That's what he did. I was in the middle of a live, and I saw something scurry under the stove. I of course, at that point, I was just telling myself it didn't happen. And then I looked over there 10 minutes later, and I see old Jumbo Nuts do a Peter Pan off the fourth. He jumped off the fourth shelf of the pantry. And I know this is gross to Miss Potts out right now, but he jumps off the fourth shelf of my pantry and like arm out, like he was flying, like he was gonna grab on to the towel bar that's across to it. And he just made this stud and then hauled ass for the bathroom or my bedroom or some shit.
Oh my god. Did you see I posted the link? It's only like 40 something seconds. It's nothing exciting, but I posted the link in case you want to see it.
Which one? Which was that? To your?
It's just the CC, the footage of my ex.
It's under. Is it under your?
No, I just posted it in chat. No, I posted it again.
Oh, it's in the chat. Okay. I was wondering what that was.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
This is crazy.
Meanie and Gretchen, I had a cat that used to eat my hair too. That's crazy. I guess it's a thing.
What am I doing? Oh. Why isn't it full screen?
It's not. I just put the link in. It's not on my page.
I'm playing it.
Oh, okay.
It just won't play full screen for some reason.
Why do you have it backwards?
Because it's the Purge. Kane beat M. Kane Ultra in effect, baby.
You're just asking to get caught.
What? Okay, so this is your ex. Set this up for us, hon.
No, it's my ex and another guy killed another guy.
That's them in the masks, huh?
Yeah.
And they have silencers?
Yeah.
Holy Luigi.
Crazy. Imagine my surprise when that came up on autoplay on my YouTube channel. On my YouTube.
Wow. This is nuts. That's your attachment level is a 10 on this one.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm definitely on a list somewhere.
So the victim in this case didn't make it. Yes, his pressers.
No, he was the president of the Pagans in Bronx, I think.
Yeah, the Pagans and the Mongols and the.
We don't really have Mongols out here. It's they're Pagans and Hells Angels.
From what I understand, the Mongols are very big here in especially in up North counties.
Yeah,
Pasco.
for sure. My brother-in-law is associated.
He's a
so.
Yeah.
I know for a fact.
There was.
It's not really. It's like and in California, they're all over. They're big, like the West Coast, but not really in New York. I've seen like one or two.
Do you know if did you follow this case at all?
No. What, my exes?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Okay, because I wonder, because I always say that when there's dirty deeds that have to be done, like say, something like this, or the Skylar Mead, was it Skylar Mead? Yeah. That it's somebody in the organization drew the short straw to have to.
Well, he was president in the New York City chapter, and then they sold the building, and then they moved to a new clubhouse in the Bronx or New Rochelle or something. I don't know, somewhere over there. And that there's like basically turf war. So the Pagans did something to them, something with the clubhouse. I don't know, they shot it up or did something. Don't you love how I talk about that lackadaisically? They shot it up, no big deal. Here. January 4th, 2024, Tertullian was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison for second degree. Oh, only second degree? Okay, hold on, I'm going to post the link.
There must have been extenuating circumstances where they couldn't convict for first.
Okay.
That's how they get their plea. That sounds like a plea deal.
Oh, I just noticed the guy in the crosswalk meanie.
that guy has the day of his life right there.
Can you imagine?
The whole thing just unfolded in the middle of traffic. This is in somewhere in New York, huh?
It's in the Bronx.
And they call them Satan's soldiers, huh?
No, Satan's Soldiers is like a support club.
Okay, I wondered if that was a media thing or whatever.
But listen, not for nothing, to take it back to Idaho 4, like, the same way, like, these 1%er bike clubs are very, like, we handle things internally, we don't talk to cops, like, it's, you know, it's like a world within a world. Same thing, honestly, these frats are the same way when it comes to not talking to cops and handling things between themselves.
Clearly.
Like, people don't realize, like, it's really the same level when it comes to secrecy and all that.
Did you happen to catch the Bubbly Waters video that I played earlier?
No.
Have you ever heard of this Ghostface gang in relation to the Scream movies or Stab or whatever we want to call it?
No. I posted a link, by the way, of the update.
Okay, it says downloads. That's why I didn't click on it. Let me see what it is.
PDF. All right. You want me to read it to you?
Sure.
You don't sound...
I didn't even have to convince you on that one. I thought we were going to fight about it.
Right? It says, Bronx District Attorney, blah, 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 announced 2 members of the Hells Angels were sentenced to prison for a 2020 shooting in the Allerton area, left 1 member of the Bagans motorcycle gang dead and another wounded. District Attorney Clark said the defendant shot the victims in retaliation for a shooting outside the Hells Angels headquarters 4 months earlier. The defendants carried out this violence in a residential area near a busy intersection in broad daylight. They pled guilty and will now serve time in prison. Blah, 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 blah. Anything. Says, according to the investigation, after May 2nd, 2020, the defendants drove to 2522 Holland Avenue, where they shot at Francisco Rosado, striking him 5 times, and Javier Cruz, wounding his arm. The shooting was in retaliation for gunfire outside the Hells Angels headquarters on blah, blah, blah. But that's it, basically. So, only 15 years to life. Oh, I don't know, 15 years to life. And the other guy got 13 years.
Man, I don't want to do it.
The other guy that was with him, man, he was so nice. I liked him. He was a prospect when I was living there, and he was really sweet. He got roped into freak shit.
Drew the short straw. Yeah, I do not.
You would do anything.
I am way too pretty for prison. Let's face it, guys. I am not ready for
put
that.
On a t-shirt.
And I'm gonna have it tattooed on my chest.
I'm gonna make a hoodie with your face, and it says "Too pretty for prison."
It makes me worry, when I visit Idaho. I'm gonna try to go and my plan is.
Yeah, you have balls. I'm not going nowhere near that place.
Well, I'm going for the trial if it goes to trial, which I think it's gonna go to trial. At this point, there's no looking back, and I'm going to go and I'm going to enroll in the university for classes, and then I'm going to try...
No, you should go do the Citizens Academy, MPD. Go do it. Do that.
MPD training. I don't know. It's funny. Well, anyway, I won't go all Sarge on you.
No, you should do the Citizens Academy.
I'm going to try to join Sigma Chi. Like what was that? What's that clown's name?
Are you gonna go to the grub truck?
Oh, dude, I can get a.
Oh my God, Heather said, "Why am I seeing blank flags popping out of those?"
What is it?
Like in a cartoon when they have a gun and pops out like a flag. Bang.
That was another funny thing about Chick Bates live today. She had a little circle around. You know how they do, and. She was doing her live from the circle, and I said I kept waiting for it to go to a Looney Tunes ending to be like, "Ba-da-ba-da, that's all, folks." Anyway, I thought it was funny. I cracked myself up.
Wait, how was it again?
Da 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 da. This is it. This is the night. Heat the lead. Light the lights, no more rehearsing or rehearsing the part. We know every part by heart. Anyway, I get that from Seinfeld, right? That was the episode with the Pez dispenser, and he puts it on her leg. Anyway.
Can you bring like a ground penetrating radar to 1122 and see if there's a basement?
We're going to do. Twiz and I are going to do, and he hasn't signed off on it yet, but he will do it, or he will not, or he'll like it. And we're going to do... Where do we get a
ground penetrating radar? Are they expensive?
We're going to do...
Can we get them on Temu?
Well, you can rent a company to do it for you. But we're going to do the Randonautica. Let's look at that real quick. Because a lot of people don't even... And I don't know if you can... That's what I want to know. And Twiz, the payoff is that I'm going to have to go diving for treasure in the Gulf of Mexico with him, which I don't want to do. Because once you get 12 miles out where he wants to go, there's sharks everywhere. And they're bull sharks and all this, and they bite, like, they just bite to taste you, you know.
I think that's what I got bit with when I lived in Florida.
I got bit once.
Shark, maybe. I don't know. All I know is I was surfing with my brother and my stepdad. I looked down and, like, I saw one. I didn't get bit by one. What am I saying? I just saw one. I don't know why I just said that. I didn't get bit, but I saw one. I almost got bit. In my head, I was getting bit.
I have a picture of my leg.
That's what bit me.
I have a picture of my leg when I got bit. It bit me right on the calf. But it's in my
You have a scar? You have a cool scar?
There's no scar.
Damn.
It was, yeah.
I got bit by a shark and I didn't even get a scar. That's
well, if I looked, it didn't really even break the skin, but it was in the shape.
By a shark.
Oh, I was bit. It was a really stormy day, and it was Clearwater Beach, which Clearwater Beach never breaks because it's real shallow, way out. So the waves, no matter how much the intensity is, it loses its power in the shallow water. What you want is a wave that goes from deep water to shallow water. Then it jacks up, and all the energy converges in one place. That's how you get those.
In Jacksonville, like in the jetties out there. I think that's
and so this was a super stormy day, and I was out there, and it's like victory at sea. You know, white caps everywhere, and I felt something. It felt like it was just brushing against my leg, and actually it was bleeding. It did break the skin, but it was just like in the shape of a bite. But I think it was so turbulent out there that it kind of got a grip of me and then just let go because it got washed away or something. But it was crazy because I was the only one out there, and it was just nuts. And I know there's a lot of sharks out there, and people have been bitten in half around here and stuff. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I didn't get bit by a shark, but I got bit by a stingray. I stepped on it. That fucking hurt. My ankle was like the size, like double the size. It was
Did somebody pee on it for you? Because Heather pees on her dog sometimes.
I keep getting told that, but no.
That's what you're supposed to do anyway, the ammonia.
Oh, wait, okay, side note. Have you seen, like, the videos with the cats and cucumbers?
The what?
Cats and cucumbers. I just posted a link. It's not perverted.
Cats and cucumbers. I'm
Apparently
wearing.
Cats don't like cucumbers. Have you ever heard that?
Is there music?
If I were him, I'd bundle my home out.
I'm gonna mute it. Or I'll play guitar over it. How about that? I'll do finger picking. I'll finger banging my way through it. How's that for crazy cat music? What is with cute? Oh, because they think it's a snake. Cats hate snakes.
Listen, I tried this and it didn't work with my cat either, but apparently it does. I was so disappointed.
It didn't work with your cat. Maybe your cat's like too domesticated.
My cat, they were broken. Maybe I don't know.
It's like nothing is gonna hurt me in this house, and I know it. You know, cats will start. It's proven fact that cats will start to eat your hands and your face after 3 days. Oh, I totally have your lips over this shit. Sorry, guys.
After being dead for 3 days.
If you're dead for 3 days, your own cat.
Those little bastards.
There's crazy cat music. Hold on. Meow, 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 meow. You know you can meow your way through any song? You really... I've been trying to play the...
Alright, well, we get the point. I didn't know if you heard of it. That's a big freaking cucumber right there, damn. Gretchen said her great uncle moved to Idaho, started living in a cave. What the frick?
What's that about uncle?
Her uncle was living in a cave because he was a miner.
A miner 49er?
Yeah. Why are orange cats like?
Hold
so
on,
much
there's another
funnier?
cucumber cat video. What the
That was not scary. It's like, it's like, what a bitch. Oh my god.
Oh, you know what's a good da 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 da.
What is up with that face? Jesus. Have you ever seen these cats that can use the toilet? Like they pee, they pee and like they pee. They actually use the toilet.
In the 80s, my friend had his cat pooping in the toilet.
That's freaking awesome. I want to get a kitten just to teach it how to do that.
Do you know how it works?
Yeah, you have to like keep like raising the litter box up, and then you eventually like you like put like less and less litter, right? Something like that.
Well, he had a ring that would actually set on top of the seat, and you would put the litter. You would eventually move the litter up into that, and then the cat gets the idea. And there's even a cat that can flush after it's done.
Wow.
All right. Okay, we got Jenn from Criminal Confidential, and I'm wasting her time. So everything's going well for you? Everything's good? You're happy, Jenn?
Is that a trick question?
I need another Celsius. Is it too late? Oh, it's 10:30. Where does the time go? How long have I been
I want a
on?
great kitty like that. They're so pretty.
I thought I was on for an hour. It's been 3 hours. Holy
Jesus.
Jeez Louise. These videos are funny as hell. All right.
I don't like those seagulls. Nope.
What is it? SeaWorld?
There was a seagull.
The sky rat?
A bird. A seagull.
I call them sky rats.
Oh yeah, they are sky rats. No, those are pigeons. Pigeons are sky rats.
Pigeons. What did you say?
I wouldn't mind. I always wanted like a pink. Like there's like this some kind of bird. It's like a little parrot, and it's like pink. It's so cute. It's like a baby pink. I want one.
A flamingo?
No, it's a parrot, but it's pink. It's so cute.
Well, you know, Heather used to say I was an urban flamingo. Do you know what that is? That's from.
No, what is that?
It's from. It's from Urban Dictionary, and it's a YouTuber that was good that quit and disappeared into nowhere. And so when I started my channel, it would be like you and me, or you and Twiz, or me and her in the chat. And the only things I was doing is like photoshopping Kopaka's eye, and then just to kill time, I would dance to the Grease soundtrack and shit.
I just posted the pink parrot. It's so cute.
Okay, I want to check this out.
I want a pink parrot, and then I want a baby hedgehog, and then I want a orange Scottish fold cat, and then a Argentine dogo, and I'll be happy. I can die happy. That's it. I don't ask for much.
Well, what's that? A sugar glider? That's something. If I was going to get a rodent, I would probably consider.
They're called kinkajous too. See, look how cute that bird is. It's pink. It's so cute.
Yeah, birds suck as pets.
I just have no one to talk to. I just want someone to talk to me.
You'll just be like, and then in the Idaho 4Ks today, parrot, I couldn't believe what happened with Hitler.
I have to say, jack the car, jack the car. Fuck you, propane. That actually sounds like a really good plan. Can we start GoFundMe so I can get a bird?
What did you call this thing?
And stand outside the courthouse.
You called this a pink parrot? Did you call it a pink parrot? It's called a pink parrot?
I don't know what the technical term is. I don't know.
That sounds like prison slang.
It does sound like a something.
I want to slip my salami in your pink parrot tonight. All right, I digress. Where do you stand on the declaration, and I don't know if Miss Potts and Tanya Orlani there, Lana Orlani, have worked out their differences on it, but they seem to disagree on whether they even have Koberger's DNA on the knife sheath.
I don't think they ever had his DNA. I don't think they ever did. I think that's why they waited until Pennsylvania, because they collected his DNA at time of arrest, and they can't do that. They don't do that in Idaho or Washington. I think they waited either for that reason, or I guess that's the only reason I can think of. Because why wouldn't they just get his trash while he was in Washington? You know.
And well, also the what J.J. Vance was talking about, Operation GCD podcast, has got a show coming up on the 12th. You guys are going to drop even more stuff than he did last night on our show. Please check that out. Be there in our chat. It's a lot of fun. And he's a weird guy. But no, is the chain of custody of the DNA. That there's no written record as far as who logged it in, and he's an ex-military police and private investigator, and he said it's standard operating procedure for you to put the name of the person that took it into evidence, that logged it into the evidence room, and then you're going to also have the paperwork for the people that picked it up and took it to Othram, and that's where we fall into the fucked up category, because you have the FBI involved, and that's one of the things I think we agreed on, is that now it's out of our hands because the FBI don't have to answer to nobody.
Well, what about this? Okay, shouldn't there be? I'm assuming they flew to Othram, right, with the sample. Shouldn't there be some public record, like of the purchase of the tickets or something, maybe? That we can look up, Heather? Can you get on that, Heather?
Wait, say that again.
Public record of if they flew on an airplane.
Oh, right.
Wouldn't there be like public record? Like,
well,
they have to like.
They do have.
Like their.
Idaho State Police have their own airplane, and.
Oh, wouldn't that be in the flight log? Wouldn't it be like a something?
Police records, and so
something. I don't know what you call it, but like a flight tracker. I don't know.
Heather says they drove the Phantom Elantra. They rode there on a piece of cilantro. No, allegedly they drove it. I heard in one. I can't verify, but it's a 16-hour drive, and I think we were talking about why would they drive it down there instead of fly. Or UPS
right, don't you have to keep it? Like, do you have to keep it refrigerated or something? I don't know.
There's got to be. I mean, that's just so wild for me. Heather's on fire today. I love it.
I was rereading the 911 call today, and a couple things struck me as weird. Right.
Right.
Sorry. Okay, so I have to pull it up so I have it in front of me. But they said something about, we're in the house on the right, we're right next to them, or something like that.
Yeah, it was the neighbor. Miss Potts. What's her name? Karen. I think it's a Karen.
Oh, Emily Alon. But like, why would that even? Like, why would they say that? You know what I'm saying?
Slow down to Alabama speed.
How much slower do I have to go?
You gotta go Trish slow.
Why would they say that?
You gotta go Trish slow. You're too proper talking. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody
and then saying, "Oh, something's happening. Something happened in our house." Like, if it was just someone that drank too much, then why would you say something's happening? You know what I'm saying? Or something happened. What?
James is picking on Twiz. He said you can stir Kane to my drinks anytime. You're too much, James. Thank you, man. Jeez Louise.
Jeez Louise.
Say thank you, James. Jen.
Thank you, James.
Because all our money went to. Did you catch that comment I made? I bought 5 memberships at Jules, and I said it's coming out of you and Heather's paychecks.
I said, what paycheck?
Heather was just laughing. Anyway, I think someone did a live the other day, and thank you again, James. Thank you, Dynamite and everybody. You know who's always so supportive is Typically Unique too. And you guys, please don't spend what you don't have, and thank you for supporting the show. We love doing it. We do it just to have you guys here, but it does help, believe me. What was it saying? What they were doing, I believe, I didn't watch it, and I could probably try to look it up, but they were trying to fill in the blanks. You know how on the 911 call they've obviously redacted what they don't want us to know again, and they were trying to fill in the blanks of the conversation, which I thought was interesting in itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so, can you pull those up? Do you want to read that, just the transcript of the 911? And we can kind of play that devil's advocate. In the meantime, let's check out the Florida lottery, because today's the day we see if Kane won the lottery with his one scratch-off ticket that we bought at Publix. You know, Publix here always produces the winners.
I love Publix. I miss Publix.
Of
the best subs. Publix subs are so good.
But they're great for lottery tickets. All the big winners come from Publix.
I just like food there.
Let me get my...
I just posted the link to the doc.
Oh, wow. The Powerball is up to $335 million. That works for me.
You gonna split it with me?
I mean, yeah. Why not? Sure.
All right, you don't split it. Give me like a quarter of it.
Here.
I'll
Jen, entertain the troops for 1 second. I got to take a 10-100, and I'm going to grab another... I can't grab a Celsius.
All right, so pull the doc up.
Yep, you got it. Hold on.
So, it starts out, hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. We have ... So, if it was... That sounds to me like it was Dylan or Bethany, right? So
let me zoom this up a little bit. Hold on.
The 911. What?
Let me zoom it up a little bit so people can see and they can read along.
You know, because they kept telling us like that it was someone else called from one of their phones, right? But if that was the case, why would the call start out with something's happened in our house? You know what I'm saying? So it had to be someone that lived in that house.
Also, they volunteered the information about somebody was drinking. Oh, it's signed by Ashley Jennings, is it? Yes, it is. Sergeant Deputy Prosecuting, or Senior Desk Deputy Prosecuting Attorney. Interesting. Where's the part with the?
It's on page 10.
Page 10. Okay. Okay, I'm on 4, 5, 6. I can count, and then I'm gonna step away for a second if you want to read, and we'll go. We can go back and forth when I get back. Okay.
Just a couple things rereading this that I.
I'll be right back,
questions
guys.
About.
Okay,
okay, stop interrupting me.
Go ahead.
Like I said, they kept telling us that it was someone else that made the call from one of the surviving quote-unquote roommates' phones. But it started out saying, hi, something's happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what. We have ... So that tells me, I had 2 questions about that. One is, okay, if someone says something happened in our house, then it's someone who lived there that's saying that, that sentence. So it's either the real 6th roommate that made that call, or it was Bethany or Dylan that made the call. And then, like nobody's really questioning the fact that they say something's happening or something happened, but then they say our roommate drank too much. Like, you wouldn't say those are 2 different things, you know what I'm saying? And then the other thing, I felt like they were, whoever, I'm assuming Dylan said, brought up the, we saw a man, like, why are you so worried about that right now? You know, why are you worried about telling the 911 operator? You're all of a sudden worried about the man, but you weren't worried about it when it actually happens. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like they were like providing, trying to like give an alibi, or not an alibi is the wrong word.
It gives it the feel of a made up story.
Right, like trying to tell a story. Like, oh wait, hold on, I was supposed to say this. Let me make sure I say my part. Like, scripted. That's a better word. Scripted. And then
But it's almost like it's like they're not reading from anything, and they kind of fucked everything up.
Right.
Like
right.
they meant to put it this way and make it sound natural, but when you're lying, you get shit scrambled. When you're telling the truth, you don't have anything to remember. You just say, "Oh my God, they are inside the house dead." That's what you would say.
Right. Exactly. Like I don't like. Usually people are like, I don't know, stop asking me questions. Just can you just hurry and get here and help my friend? Like that's what I would say. But they were like volunteering this information, and then on the next page, on page 11, where one of our they started saying one of our roommates, right? And they said one of the roommates who's passed out, one of them, right? So, and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. So
yeah, that's
okay. And then they try to like, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah, like it's just so like nonchalant. Like I don't know.
It's a TMI situation too. I think at that point where you're adding, oh, she was drunk. You're victim. Right. You're victim blaming in a way.
Right. Exactly.
What do you think?
And then someone else gets on the phone, and the operator says, "And are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone. Stop passing it around." And then whatever person A says, "Can I just tell you what happened?" Pretty much. And then the operator says, "What's going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?" And they say, "I don't really know, but pretty much at 4:00 a.m." Like, what the fuck? Like, that's insane to me.
It's
like,
I think
worried about telling your scripted story on record than actually, like, how do you not know? Like, I don't know.
I think that the passing around of the phone was as a result of they had a story to stick to, and they're like, "Give me the phone, you're fucking it up."
Yes, bingo.
It has that feel. And we have, man, isn't this, it's good in a way that we finally have gotten this, but it's almost even worse because they've left parts of it out, and they've also not identified the officer that came with the magic defibrillator in his Jeep, beep, beep. And
yeah, well, no, because wasn't it either Smith or someone else? I forgot who. But wait, real quick, I do want to say another thing. I'm assuming these, like, they not numbered them, but lettered them. A, A1, A2, blah blah blah. So the person that made the call is labeled A, right? Something happened in our house, blah blah blah. Then the next page, the same person, I'm assuming, A, is the same one that says, "Can I just tell you what happened?" Pretty much. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're the one that made the damn call. So how do you not know if someone's passed out?
One of the roommates. Wow, that's a weird correction.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Was it really okay? Was it really the real sixth roommate? Is what I'm saying? Because she said one of the.
Well, I was pointing out to JJ at Operation GCD podcast. I always want to say OCD podcast. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button, and also check out Operation GCD podcast. We have a blast over there. He is one of the best creators next to Jenn ever to hit YouTube, and Heather. He's a great part of the team. Miss Potts here, and I think thank God I'm such a pretty face that I've been able to assemble such an intelligent team, and moving forward, we're gonna. Did you say "aw" when I said I had a pretty face?
Aw. I said "aw."
Poor Kane.
That was nice.
He thinks he's pretty. I mean, I have all my mascara on, if you guys can see. But yeah, I've been lucky in that way. And anyway, what was I saying that I said?
Okay, I don't know. Okay,
Me either. Go ahead,
so I was thinking that maybe this call was not made from inside 1122.
People keep saying that, and why? Why though?
Because listen, but let me tell you why, right? Because allegedly didn't Hunter J and Emily live next door? Right? Does anybody know that for a fact? Anyway, that's what I heard. So the reason I'm saying that is because of two things. Over on page 10 where they say, the operator says, can you repeat the address to make sure I have it right? And A1 gets on the phone and says, I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them. Right? Next to 1122 King Road. Then on the next page, then on page 12, when, after the operator says, okay, I need to know what's going on right now. If someone's passed out, can you find that out?
I've talked to 4 different people.
Then someone says, yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check. But we have to. Is she passed out? She passed out. What's wrong? Like, let's go. We have to go check, meaning go somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you have to think, Jen, that if you committed a crime like this, and you got away with it so far, and you did a cleanup, which apparently I honestly believe that there was plenty of time to do a cleanup, and that it occurred, and that's why you have a latent footprint that it obviously doesn't matter anymore, whatever. You know, that indicates a cleanup. Okay, and I want to talk about one thing that I forgot to bring up with JJ Vance at Operation GCD Podcast, is the blood in the kitchen that Rollo showed us the other day.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Where does that fit in, Jen?
I don't even know, but they paid a lot of attention to the kitchen, even when the Cowboys came back, which I was rewatching the video, and like the cameraman had filmed from outside, like through the window, and I don't know if I showed you actually. Let me back up for a second. Did I show you during the demolition where that back closet that's by the stairway in the back going up to Kaylee's room? It looked like there's stairs going down, and you know I always say like I think there's like a lower level in the back that they covered with the dirt, you know. So you can clearly see like an emptiness, and it looked like. And then during the Cowboys footage, it looked like they were coming from that stairway, like out of the closet. Because remember, they moved all that stuff into the kitchen. There's like boxes with hangers and plastic storage bins and shit. They moved it from somewhere. Like I feel like they moved things out of the closet
so they could access it
to access the entrance. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Sure.
Let's get back to this real quick if you don't mind.
I don't know how we got on that.
But here, okay, let's.
The kitchen.
Yeah, the kitchen. Behind, there's a possibility. Like, remember that video I played not too long ago, where they found a secret tunnel to a room they didn't know was there, behind the fridge.
It happens all the time.
It's not, and obviously a secret room or a forgotten room or a basement that nobody used. That was gross or something like that.
Or a shelter, like a storm, like a nuclear, like a fallout. I don't know. There's a well somewhere right over there in that area. I don't know how to find it exactly. I have the coordinates, but there's something.
Yes, please somebody drop. JJ Vance is, man, we are so lucky to have him. I'll tell you that. It's been really great conversations the last few lives. And I've been getting such a tremendous amount of positive feedback in my comments. And more comments than I'm used to getting. If you guys have the chance, I know you chat a lot in here and you're tired of typing. But when you get a chance, if you can do 2 things that would help the channel tremendously, is leave a comment. Thought Riot always used to ask us to do that. And also, if you do a search for any of the creators' names in the YouTube search, it gets it into the algorithm. Because like for a while I couldn't even find myself in there. Remember when I had the underscores or whatever?
Underscores.
And so I remember you couldn't find me, I couldn't find myself. I didn't know if I existed. I questioned everything at that point.
You gotta start hashtagging your channel name. That's what I started doing. Or if you just put the @ it'll work. But yeah.
And then the occult recheck. Oh, I'm not even. I haven't even watched from their side. I've seen Nick from the occult rejects here. Thank you for posting that, Heather. Reminding me. I've watched his shows, but I watch it on JJ's side. I'm on JJ's team. But this is one of the best lives that I've ever seen. I mean, they, as far as occult rejects go, and you know, also with JJ, not the vice president, their research on this freaking Zizian cult, Jen,
so one of the co-founders.
Check this out for a second. Let's take a little sidebar.
Quite a bit of
I haven't seen it.
I don't know, interview info. Was Anna Salomon, and she was a co-founder of CFAR. She was the one that organized the events that were attended by Lotta and associates, who are now suspects in the actual protest. They are now obviously the suspects of death victims in California, Pennsylvania, and Vermont, which we've talked about. She said of Lotta that there are a lot of young people who would have had an okay life, except they bumped into the network surrounding Lotta. Lotta didn't come off as a threat when staff first met her at CFAR in 2014. So she had been attending since 2014. So it's been a minute, right? And then in 2018, they had a month-long retreat. Lotta begins espousing her belief system with an intensity that unnerved staffers. And Anna Salomon basically stated that she was viscerally afraid of Lotta. She went on to say that if you're young and naive and someone convinces you that you're really two people, one is good and one is sinister, the world depends on you doing good stuff, it's a powerful setup for manipulation. That's what she kind of offered up with that. So with CFAR, they began organizing their gatherings in Berkeley, California, which we all know Berkeley, California is kind of like a hotbed of different stuff. Nefarious, whatever we talked about in the past. And they began doing this in 2012, and the CFAR is currently still based there. And they usually have about 100 people in attendance, and the founders were basically seeking to build a community of so-called rationalists, people committed to using mathematical and logical principles to improve the world. Solomon also offered that we saw AI as something that was really readily important, that we needed to be really, really right, or it would be really, really bad. We didn't know this at the time, but in hindsight, we were creating conditions for a cult. I don't know if she's talking about CFAR, but it sounds like she is.
Yeah.
She admits to it. She basically went on to say that brought together a large group of people, of young people who were open to big ideas about saving humanity, but some of them were especially vulnerable to someone who might try to manipulate them.
Oh, yeah.
It almost sounds like if you were going to insert an op, this would be the perfect bed to do it. One of the things that I wanted to kind of mention as a side tangent is that some of the group that we are looking at and we're talking about, there's a German one, but most of them have Eastern European.
Okay, so you can see that I don't even know where they got all this research from, but they thoroughly investigate before every show, and it's mind blowing. Let's check out this one here. The information that they provide. I'm telling you, those chats are becoming the best thing on YouTube right now. So subscribe to both Nick and I don't know what Lisa's, if she has her own page also, Jen. But she is absolutely amazing. Headless is great. They have all kinds of panels that are a lot of interesting stuff here. So let's see which way. What is this, Jen?
Hi, Gretchen. And I just posted. I had asked Occult Rejects if they'd heard of the 4-Pi satanic cult. I might have showed you before. Oh yeah, okay. Process 4-Pi. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy. They're known for skinning dogs and recruiting like college age kids to like murder on command. It's crazy.
Yeah, you keep, who is it that keeps saying, I think it's Nothing Half-Assed, is like, why is it so out of the belief of most regular people that college kids could have done something this awful, with the history that's gone on and recent events also.
It's completely plausible. Like, I don't know. I don't put it past anybody.
Not at this point. There's so many cover-ups and lies that they have us looking in 50 different directions, and so.
You want me to read some of this?
Yeah,
I
please
thought I
do.
showed you this before. You know what's really crazy? I was reading the comments on the at the end of this article, and there were some weirdos in those comments.
Abandoned circle.
GCD podcast. Did you know that the Process Church, or an offshoot of them, is now a animal sanctuary in Colorado? I think.
Is that the Animal Friends thing, Jen?
Yeah, they became a animal.
Oh, that's who the Process Church. Because we did a whole show on that.
Yeah, I thought I showed you. Yeah, I thought I showed you before.
Because when
Scott Green is the Grand Chignon. I don't know how to say that word.
The Grand Shithead.
The Grand Shithead.
I believe. Wow, of the animal sanctuary where they take animals in and take your donations and then sacrifice the animals, and that's been going on for like 50 years. Your parents probably donated to it at some point. And that's from the Process Church. Let me pull up a picture to show who we're talking about. Cause I'll do a slideshow.
Vegetarians are sus now.
What does it say?
Twist said vegetarians are sus now.
Vegetarians are within our sights, right? Let's see here. Yeah, keep talking while I twiddle my thumbs there. Sorry. Oh, read that thing that you want to read, hon. Sorry. Why don't I keep calling you on? Let's see here. Where is it?
So, in 1969, when gathering material for a book on the Charles Manson case, journalists at Sanders encountered reports of a sinister satanic cult alleged to practice human sacrifice in several parts of California, luring youthful members from college campuses throughout the western half of the United States. Calling itself the 4Pi or 4P movement, the cult originally boasted 55 members, of whom 15 were middle-aged, and the rest consisted of young men and women in their early 20s. Now, the reason I started looking into this is because I noticed, like, Hunter and, like, all those little, the kids in the, I don't mean kids, but you know what I'm saying, all in the victim's inner circle, there's so many pictures of them holding up 4 fingers, right? 4 lifers.
Right, I was just talking about that. Sure.
Remember?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, you never know. So, all right, let me finish. The group's leader, dubbed the Grand Chignon, or Head Devil, was said to be a wealthy California businessman of middle years who exercised his power by compelling younger members of the cults to act as slaves and murder random targets on command. Am I talking too fast, Kane? The central object of the cult was to promote the total worship of evil. Organized in Northern California during 1967, the 4Pi movement held its secret gatherings in the Santa Cruz Mountains, south of San Francisco. Rituals were conducted on the basis of a stellar timetable, right? And Heather knows there was a lot of things going on in the sky that weekend. I'm assuming that's what they mean by stellar. This is including the sacrifice of Doberman and German Shepherd dogs.
Uh-huh.
Right? They skinned dogs. Now, we all know what happened to poor Buddy.
Right.
Like, those are hella, those are some coincidences.
That's a clue right there.
Yeah, because they totally brushed that off, and I find that so odd.
Well, wait. Let's get back in the Wayback Machine real quick and hit the thrusters. Do we have...
Hold on. Let me just read this last part.
Okay.
It says, beginning in June 1968, authorities started discovering canines skinned and drained of blood without apparent motive. The director of Santa Cruz Animal Shelter said that whoever's doing this is a real expert with a knife. The skin is cut away without even marking the flesh. The really strange thing is that these dogs have been drained of blood. So, like, they were apparently drinking the blood. I don't know. They're stabbing. Death was a result of stabbing with a custom-made 6-bladed knife designed with blades of varied length to penetrate a victim's stomach first before the heart was skewered, causing death.
Oh.
Each sacrifice allegedly was climaxed by the removal of the heart, which cultists then divided up among themselves to eat. The evidence of murder was incinerated in a portable crematorium mounted in the back of a truck. Just saying.
Well, okay, folks, don't get all conspiracy theory on me on this, because
This
no,
is a hella conspiracy.
listen, it's not so crazy, because in
It's really
China,
not. There's definitely connections.
well, first off, just as a sidebar, in China, and I don't know why I'm glitching out. Let me see if there's dust on there.
I'm listening. I gotta mute you for 1 second, okay? I'm just gonna go to the kitchen.
Yeah. Okay, so while Jen's doing that, in China, they have these vans that are, the courtroom is first, so they drive to your house and convict you of whatever crime they say you're guilty of, and then they have the follow-up van right behind it, which is the execution van, which is lethal injection. And then behind that, they have a crematorium van. So it's all done right there. And, nothing to see here, folks. You better not look, or you're going to go into the van. And so to hear that, my neighbor, who I kept trying to get on the show, you guys, the older guy there, Andrew, his health is not very good right now, unfortunately. We're worried about him. But his brother, back in the day, ran a crematorium, and the first question I asked him was there nefarious activities like from the mob and that type of thing, and he's like, yeah, of course. Like, it was just, that was his instant answer. He was already ready to actually tell me that story. And I'm sorry, I'm super glitchy. Let me see what I can do here. I don't know.
I keep thinking, like, oh my god, that black truck that was on the Banfield camera, footage, like, what if it had a crematorium in the back? Like, what the fuck? Because, listen, it was smoky that night. Like, the air was just smoky in general, foggy-ish. I don't know. It looked like, I thought there was a bonfire at one point, in the back of, in the distance, in the footage of Banfield. There was, like, an orangish glow. Like, I don't know, it looked like a fire.
Wow, I cut my head off.
But at one point, one of the cops takes his flashlight out, and you could see it looks like smoke in the air.
So wait, my question before I forget, you said that Scott Green was the grand poobah of this thing?
Maybe it said there was in 1968 it was a wealthy California businessman, so maybe it's a wealthy New Yorker, or maybe it's Mabba. Maybe she's got us all fooled.
Maybe in another chapter. Okay, so we don't have anything directly linking him necessarily. Okay. Well, okay. I just wanted to make that clear.
If I were for that, I probably wouldn't be alive.
Because otherwise we'll have 6 other YouTube channels be like, oh, Scott Green was in a satanic cult. JLR is going to be like, and
of the 4-Pi
JLR is going to pick it up and say,
businessman.
all right, so, wow, that is great, Jen. Thank you again, man. The shit you bring, I tell you, kids go to bed. Maybe it's not enough light or something. Maybe I need to kiss the lens here. I keep disappearing. Anyway, where were we? Well, what was the next thing we were talking? Okay.
Well, hold on. I was going to say one more thing.
Yeah.
Another thing that was really crazy about them is that they, when they would do their sacrifices and their meetings and stuff, they would have patrols around the meeting. They'd have said the cult was set to mount patrols around its rural meeting places using guards with automatic weapons and attack trained dogs to guarantee privacy. So immediately I thought about Banfield cops. Because, listen, they weren't on official duty, let's be real. That was not an official cop car.
We were talking about that.
Were they, you know what I'm saying? Were they, on patrol? I don't know. That's just what came to my head.
It seems to me that it was the car on that footage that they tried to show us that was BK. And it seems to me that Rollo is probably right that they were kind of a lookout at the exact time of everything happening, right?
Yeah, that's the vibe I got.
And when you see all these other distractions, it's not such a jump to think.
It was an alibi. It was meant to it was
another distraction.
Yeah, because listen, he straight up lied. He said Oh yeah, they replaced. He said his exact words were, "They replaced our patrol cars with hybrids to save money on fuel."
Which isn't
okay,
true.
If that was a patrol car would have, at the very least, a siren. Like, are you supposed to stick your head out the window and be like, "Wee, wee," when you want to pull someone over? No. Like, you're going to have at least some equipment in there.
You can just get like a basset hound out the window.
Are you going to run after every person you want to stop? Like, no.
Oh, you can use Mr. Microphone also. Hey, babe, be back to pick you up later.
Like, it's just, it was clearly not a patrol car. And undercover zone body cam, I guarantee there got to be a way to look up, like, if they were actually officially on shift that night, because I get the feeling they aren't. Like, I'd be really curious to see if those two cops were on any other calls. I know they were on one right before then.
Yeah.
Which is over on 7th and Elm, I think, like right by the sororities. And then they were on the one right after with the guy from the grub truck, whose roommate stole the sign. I bet you anything they were not on any other calls that night. Like, I feel like those three were, like, staged in order to tell, you know what I'm saying? Like prove something on camera. Like, oh, see, they were here, or something like that.
Hi, Leia Story. Very nice to have you in here. Why don't you be a moderator?
You get a mod. You get a mod.
You get a mod.
Oh, you get a wrench.
You're going to have to pay taxes on that at the end of the year, though, just so you know. Okay, back to this 911 call, I guess.
Yeah.
I cannot get back on screen for some reason, so you're just going to have to pretend that you're looking at my pretty face, you guys.
Okay, I think I closed it. Let me pull it back up again. Well, basically what I was my point was with that is that it almost sounds like the call was not made from 1122. And I always thought it was weird that they made a point to, like, the call was made from inside the house. Like, I thought it was weird that they had to, like, make a point to say that. To say it was inside the house.
Yeah, let's read it again. Let's read it again. Okay, so what I want to do. Okay, so we know that we have various people on the phone call, right? And so I feel just like with the text messages that the conversation jumps, that there's missing lines as well as the redacted statements. Which is like the phone numbers, which that's understandable.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted to kind of read through and see if we can, because okay, so we've kind of been there and done that. Let's say, let's look at the points where they're getting out of what you would consider to be a normal character of a conversation, right? Where would that start? You think?
From the beginning.
I put it on you.
Where did that start? I mean,
right here at OK, and tell me.
1, 2, 2. No, don't.
Well, I think OK, and tell me exactly what's going on. One of the roommates.
Oh wait, you back up. I think the first thing is the very first sentence, which is, "Hi, something is happening." Present tense, right? Something happened, past tense, in our house. We don't know what. We have what? We have what?
There's one right there. And here's the thing, it's like with a text message where you don't get the emotion of the words. And you know how people get mad when you try to send a funny text and they're pissed off?
Yeah, you can't tell tone of voice.
In the same thing, that's why they gave us a transcript instead of the recording itself.
I've been saying that from the beginning, though. Like, okay, if they don't want us to know who called 911, why couldn't they just give us a transcript? I've said that a million times, but it just made it worse, I think. I don't know.
Now it seems even more suspect that this is what they hand us, and with one hand, Hitler gives us this transcript. With the other hand, he covers up what's really going on.
From something, for sure.
You know what I mean? And so it's like keep your left hand free, so your right hand can do the nefarious shit. And okay, so that's good. 911 location emergency. Hi. So they completely ignore the question of the operator. First of all, I notice. Hi, something is happening. there's your script because they ignore the operator.
Right. Something's happened in our house. We don't know what. Like, what do you mean you don't know? Aren't you calling because someone's unconscious?
Didn't you find out if they were breathing?
Right.
To know if someone's... You can't tell if somebody's laying on the floor if they're breathing from 5-10 feet away. You have to get right up on them. And then, of course, you know, if you didn't see blood, the bloodiest murder scene ever in the history of Idaho.
Blood on the walls. Literally, Kathy Mabbitt said that there was blood all over on the walls. And she also said that it was mostly towards, like, the upper body. So how did you not see it? Give me a break.
But anyway, so if you saw somebody there, laying there, unconscious, what's the first thing you're going to do? You're going to try to shake them to wake them up.
You're like, oh my God, right. You're gonna be like, just take a pulse or something.
And so there, boom. That's why I say Anne doesn't have any sense of urgency because she's not saying, and I don't know, Twiz keeps countering it with me, but you don't have, that should be your motion. The house is contaminated. Here we found out somebody wasn't breathing. You had to do something. You probably touched them. Contamination.
I don't think they just went to sleep in Bethany's room downstairs. Absolutely not.
No way, dude.
If you really were scared, or even if something was going on and you knew about it, but you just wanted no part of it, you wouldn't stay there. You would go next door to your friends and just pretend like you were there. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like they slipped when they said one of our roommates, or and then they said we're at the house to the right. Like I feel like they were not inside 1122. And
wait, where does it say that?
Made a point to say the phone call was made from inside. Like, why do they have to say that?
Where does it say the house to the house to the right? Where does it say that?
1112 and 1118. Those two houses are like on one plot.
But does it say that in the 911 call?
No, but it says she gives the address 1122. No, don't. And what's the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. And then when the operator says, can you repeat the address to make sure I have it right? A1 says, I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're next to them.
Wait, okay, New York, hold on, let me find, what page is that on?
Page 10.
Page 10, okay, so...
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the right, so we're right next to them.
Oh, there it is.
Then,
we live at the right, so we're next to them.
Right. And then if you look at page 12...
What does that have to do, again, what does that have to do with the question the operator's asking?
Right.
I need someone to repeat...
How long did it take them to actually say someone was unconscious? Let's see.
And then finally they hear and they say the address? The address? Like they're...
Right, like, duh.
I gotta go off script? You know what I mean?
Look how far into the call they are before they finally say something about roommate being passed out.
What's the phone number?
Something happened.
One of the, and then is there another one where they corrected themselves? They correct themselves twice. Okay, go. Hi, something is happening. They're contradicting themselves twice. Hi, something is happening. Something happened.
Page 12, it says, yeah, I'll come. We gotta go check. But we have to. If she passed out, what's wrong? Like, she is saying we have to go. We have to. Like, we have to. We have to go into the house. I think that they were at the house next door. And I think that's why I think it was Dylan or Bethany. And that's why they said, hi, something is happening. Something happened, past tense, in our house. We don't know what. Right? And that's because they were next door. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why they said, I'll talk to you guys. We live to the right, so we're next to them. Like, we're next to what happened. Like, the phone call was not made inside 1122 is my point. But why did Ellie make a point to say that it was?
I'm picking up what you're laying down there.
Thank you.
But listen to this. Okay, so this is the point you made. Yeah, I'll come. Come on. We gotta go check, but we have to. Is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? They're not saying they're saying she's passed out. what's
And I
wrong.
thought they were in the same room. Wasn't Xana and Ethan supposed to be in the same room?
But they're making this call, and they already know that they're not breathing, and then they ask if she's passed out.
Yeah.
She's not waking up.
Why didn't they ask him, like, oh, can you take their pulse or do CPR or none of that? Like, a defibrillator? Like, what?
Well, that's the thing. They're saying, I'm going to have to take this stupid filter off here. Hold on. I am a hot mess today. Let's see here. Okay. Thank you for watching The Purge. If you're new to the... Oh, my camera's scrambled. That's why. Okay, hold on. Wait. Let me deactivate.
I just can't believe how, like, the address, 1122, like, they don't even say the street name until the operator has to, like, ask them a second time. And then says, can you repeat the address for verification? The address? Like, what? Like, a 5-year-old knows how to make a 911 call. Like, what the fuck? I mean, listen, I know maybe they were panicked, I don't know, but they seem more concerned, and the intention of that call started out with something happened. There was a man at 4 a.m., like, 4 on the dot, you know what I'm saying?
I'm seeing this with new eyes right now, Jen. And real quick, sidebar, Backwood Beats and Outlaw Rhythms. I don't know if you caught my newest edited video with your song in it earlier. I played it 3 times already now, so I'm not going to run it again.
High-resolution monitor.
But make sure it's at the very beginning or early on in the podcast. So if you want to do a replay crew, you can see the thing I did. Because I accidentally deleted it and I had to go, so you better watch it. Anyway, I wanted to point that out for Doug. So yeah, this is blowing my mind, man, right now.
Yeah, once I reread it, I was like, holy shit, I'm looking at this totally different now.
I copy about a 20-year-old female, unconscious, trying to get further. Okay, so she's not waking up. And that means at this point, when you try to wake somebody up, you're either yelling at them or you're shaking them. Right? Or pouring water on them. Right. And so, 7 zeros in a round. Okay, one moment, I'm getting help started that way. Okay, maybe. See, they're talking to each other. And that's another thing, Jen, that they don't... I think another reason that they don't want to release this call to us, because we have the audio software that would bring up the unintelligible comments.
Oh yeah, like the background, like, hey, don't say that, say this.
Right. And there might be something on there they don't want us to hear, because like Jeff H. or I can clean up that audio really well and be able to clearly hear the rest of that phone call. And so they like, oh, well, they want the 911 call? Give them the transcript.
Let me ask you something. I remember
one
Kathy
question.
Came out and said something about how the time of death could not be determined because of the delay, right? Like, at what point does it kind of all get jumbled up? Like, you can't really, you know, because isn't it, you have rigor mortis and then whatever is after that? Do you know anything about that?
Wait, say again. I'm sorry, New York.
So, Kathy Mabott there was some reporters said something about Kathy saying that the time of death could not be determined because of the 8-hour delay, right?
Right.
Okay, so now I'm curious. I don't know if you know anything about this. I don't know if anyone else does. But there's got to be a point where you really can't narrow it down. Like,
we've discussed that in Thought Riot. Don't you remember we were talking about decomp?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Yeah,
there's rigor mortis, and then after that, it's whatever the next stage is. At some point, it's got to get kind of like all jumbled up. Like, okay, now we kind of don't really know. Maybe like a 12-hour, you know.
That's one. I don't know. That's a good one, Jen. That's a great Thought Riot to go back and watch, because you know Thought Riot had the answers, right?
Yeah.
Way back then. And anyway, that'll be okay. That'll continue on in the Thought Riot retrospective series. We'll do that one. I'll have Heather find that for real. But here's what I was getting at, and I'm sorry I'm all shaky and excited because this is crazy. Look at this. Okay, so remember how I was saying. Listen to this and see for yourselves. Multiple RPs on the phone. Be advised, saying the roommate on scene is passed out and not waking up. Believe she got drunk last night and unintelligible, which we could clean up probably, about a male being in the room with them.
Right.
And then that one I copy about a 20-year-old female unconscious. So they found both bodies. They've seen both bodies. They've tried to wake up both bodies in the bloodiest crime scene in history. And they're trying to pass off a story still that somebody was unconscious. And then they want to add that they were drunk last night. What on absolute earth?
And how did she even know that if she was allegedly asleep before they got home, right? Wasn't she asleep already?
Well, that's out the window. But honestly, what does being drunk have to do with a bloodiest crime scene in Idaho history?
What if it's code? Like, what if it's code? Because you know that they had these, like, cop talks, right? The sororities and the fraternities. What if it's code so it doesn't get published on the 911 call or reports, or if people, like those people that listen to the, the dispatch, like what if it's code? What if there's hold to only if someone's, if there's a death, to stay unconscious, don't say death for some reason, I don't know, to mess up their statistics or some shit.
Here they're getting the wrong name. Okay, I'm just pointing this out. Evan, okay? They ask,
I'll tell you my theory on that. I don't think, okay, so...
Wait, let me finish, real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
They say the wrong name, and directly after she says, okay, and how old is she? She's 20. Okay, you don't know the person's name, and then you start talking about a different person, but instantly you know who they are, and you know their age. It's selective... Dude, you're lying. Somebody's lying or something here. I think it's scripted, dude. And they got off script, and they kept passing the phone around because one person is trying to correct the other. Holy shipwreck.
Like, oh shit, you didn't say that right, But what I think, as far as like the man 1, man 2, etc.
Yeah.
Like if you look on page 12, where it says dispatching Moscow Law Ambulance for unconscious. There's like other conversations happening. Like she's got like the caller on one phone, and then you can also hear her talking to the EMTs or whatever. That's what I think. Like because when it says dispatching, and then she's talking to someone else, like a EMT or somebody at the same time. So that's the other.
Okay. Right. I understand.
I don't know if I'm trying to say it right, but
sure. No, I understand that she's communicating with the
right at the same time,
the first responders.
So
Weird question.
Someone from the fire EMT. Maybe Evan was on that end. Is what
You know what? Here's the strangest part of the call. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now. And tell me when you have it. My answer would be, it's way too kids go to bed fucking late for a defibrillator, motherfucker. You're way too late. It is the bloodiest. There's blood and guts everywhere. A defibrillator ain't gonna do shit. Kids go to bed.
I mean, listen, that is the only explanation I would have accepted if they would have came out and said, she woke up, she saw that they were obviously dead and was scared and called friends first to be there when she called 911, because there was no hope anyway.
If it had
been 911 first wouldn't have did anything. I could have like processed that thought process, but
honestly,
in no world can I rationalize if you didn't even know if they were savable or not, and then calling friends first or not going upstairs. Those two things can't make sense of. I can make sense of being scared, and that there's no hope for them anyway, so another 10 minutes while my friends get here is not going to... I might do the same, to be honest.
Sure.
But that's the only way it makes sense.
But it would have made sense if it was somebody that was like, oh my god, dead, something like that.
Oh no, just come on, my friend, hurry up, get here fast.
And somebody said there's no sense of urgency. There's no sense of terror.
It's like, but wait, wait, I'm going to tell you about last night. Like, who the fuck cares?
They're going to give the whole, irrelevant information. There's no sense of terror.
Right.
Dude, if I saw the bloodiest crime scene in history and my friends were laying down there on the floor bloody, I would be losing my shit. They're dead.
Somebody go call Kaylee, Maddie, or someone. What, are they okay? Like something.
Not to mention,
I have other roommates in the house. I don't know if they're okay. Like.
Okay, so Evil CJ was in the chat the other day, and right when I got in there, he was saying maybe the roommates had assimilated to the. It smells like a dirty penny. That's the smell of blood. High iron. Okay, this has been allegedly 6 to 7, 8 hours that those bodies have been decomposing with that blood smell in the air. It's not it's not decomposition yet. That's 24 to 48 hours. But in those first hours, you're going to have a very intense smell of
other
blood.
Body fluids too, not just blood.
And okay, but here's the thing. If the roommates had assimilated to the smell, that's one thing. When you walked into that house as Hunter Johnson, you would have been overwhelmed instantly by that blood smell. And
I don't think they did. I think they went next door.
Dude.
And they waited.
Dude, bro.
I think they went next door and they waited to talk to whatever the risk management people are that you call first to get their story straight, and then they waited till a certain time to call. That's exactly what I think. Because it makes no sense that they would just go, like, you're going to go to sleep after hearing all that and you're scared, and instead of running out your window, you're going to run downstairs, and Bethany's just chilling. Oh, come down here. You'll be fine down here. Like, come on.
It's better than being alone.
No way.
This is wild. I think that with the phone call again, even if we are able to clean up the audio and hear what they're saying, there's going to be even more questions because something they say is going to be even weirder. But Meanie, yeah, I said to CJ at that time that smell is not something you're just going to get used to.
I mean, listen, devil's advocate, like, I don't know, because of COVID, I can't smell shit anymore. Like, my sense smells like the worst. I can't smell anything. I'll give them, okay, even if they had that, there's no way they didn't see anything. Let's be real. Like, there's no way.
Dude,
no way.
If I just came out of a bloody crime scene and you told me to get a fucking defibrillator, I would tell you to go fuck yourself. Honestly.
Yeah, that's
Pardon my
to get a
French.
Band-Aid.
I would tell you to fuck yourself. These kids are gone.
I think that unconsciousness is a code. I think it's a code.
It's right in there with the frat thing, isn't it?
It's to keep it's either to keep, it's probably both, to keep the
stats
low.
The stats.
We haven't had this many murders in 7 years. That's because you guys don't freaking report them as murders.
I'm surprised they didn't say it was an accident. Now, okay, I wanted to make one more point. I got to shut it down here pretty soon.
Remember that Wikipedia page of all the fraternity deaths? And back in, like, early 19th century, it was like, it was really brutal. And then slowly, in more modern times, they started getting changed to alcohol-related.
Right,
like,
where
they are taught to do this.
Yeah. Well, okay, so Twiz is urgently seeking the autopsy for Xana because she had the defensive wounds where allegedly her fingers were sliced off. And I don't know if I can say this out loud. It wasn't Twiz, it was somebody else. That somehow she had a knife and it fell onto her hands or was pushed, and that's why. Because, dude, if you know a sharp knife, a sharp military blade, that will cut. You can just barely graze.
Barely, yeah. You just like kind of like.
And your shit's gone. That's it. It's clean off.
Breaking your skin even without pressure.
And you have to think, okay, these are the ones that allegedly Evan that they found that they're talking about. If she had lost digits on her hand, you're going to talk about major. I hate to say it, but
there's a lot of blood that squirts from there.
What's it called? Splatter.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about shit on the walls, And then we've also heard, and this is where the second weapon thing comes into it, is that Ethan's legs were kind of sliced, like with a machete, I think, with a machete. So it was, somebody was saying, I think it was in this chat earlier, 2 and 2, 2 on 2, and...
I think, didn't I said that to you, I was like, there's 1-1, right? One roommate, one single, double.
And nobody in the neighborhood heard a damn thing.
Like, it's crazy. They were saying it was a fishbowl, right? Like, there's no way.
Now, Ilana was in there, and it's like an amphitheater, honestly. It's you know, every sound broadcasts and bothers the neighbors all the time. They're calling the cops. That should tell you something. The neighbors are calling the cops over the littlest shit, and they're sick of it. And so now you have a screaming bloody murder attack, and the Batsheti, and all of a sudden nobody heard shit. So that means that it was like, I honestly either think, I'm starting to get on board with this happened somewhere else, but I'm also on board with they were waiting in the house. They were laying in wait.
100%.
Laying in wait one way or the other, or they had, I think Rollo keeps saying that they were bound.
They were in the basement.
That they were bound some way, though.
But if we go back and go to everything that we were told in the beginning was a rumor, it makes more sense. That it was writing on the walls, they were bound and gagged. That all makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
That, you know, they were on the Dylan and Bethany were on the first floor. You know, that all makes a lot more sense. That would explain why they said it was targeted, and they knew that, you know, less than an hour, that there was no danger to anybody else. Like, something gave them that reassurance. And they kept saying the evidence on scene is why they were able to say that there was no, you know,
oh my
danger.
God,
They
Jen.
got pushed back.
We've been doing this for 2 years.
Ethan was buried the 21st of November, right? So,
was he? Okay.
like, it says there was an autopsy. It says dated December 15th, I believe, or something like that. December 5th, maybe? I don't know. Wouldn't it be dated like the day it happened? And how did he have an autopsy after he was buried? I'm confused.
Whoa.
What am I missing here?
Wow.
The DCA says December 5th, I believe.
But what I'm trying to say in between your sentences is, look, Jen, every single person in here has been here for more or less 1.5 to 2 years, completely vested in this case. And I think, I forgot who it was that said it earlier, and I've said it before, Annie Ruler, that all the answers are right in front of us. And now they've been there, we've seen them, and now slowly, one by one, they're verifying themselves. And it's gut-wrenching, and it's, I hate to say, satisfying, or it gives it a completeness.
Vindicating.
I don't want to be vindicated. I wanted it to be wrong. I want it to be wrong
because I want the true story to come out.
I absolutely want that, but I don't want the truth to be.
To happen at all.
The truth is something that's going to be ignored no matter what now, because they've married themselves to BK.
They've sullied the waters too much. It's just
muddy the waters. Yeah, that's an excellent way of putting it. Next time we get together, Jen, I want to do, and hopefully it's let's see, maybe tomorrow night if you can, or Wednesday, or maybe this weekend or something. Whenever you have free time, I want to look at because I feel like we've definitely stepped in it. Like I said to JJ last night, we've stepped in it heavy and deep tonight. And I didn't expect that. And that's why I wanted to look at this, because I knew you had great points on it. Thank you. But I want to do the text next, because that's where we can fill in the blanks of the messages that they... Can you imagine what's in those messages that they're not giving us? Oh my God. And it's funny because Dylan called Bethany, right? But she didn't answer.
Right.
But the texts were answered. And that's why Rollo keeps saying Bethany definitely wasn't there. somebody was using her phone to answer the text. And when she returned, that's when the police were called.
I mean, honestly, I keep toying with the thought that this all happened Saturday night. Like, the didn't even happen on the 13th. That's what I keep thinking of.
I've always felt that it was the original
was on purpose,
2:30.
They couldn't really determine the time of death anyway, you know?
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
I said I feel like it might have happened earlier, like not even on that day.
Excuse me.
And the time,
the daytime
delay was on purpose because after a certain point, it's got to be pretty much impossible to determine time of death anyway.
Excuse me for comment. I've kind of been of the feeling all along that it was 2 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, the dark hour, all that craziness.
Yeah. It makes more sense that there's someone in. It makes more sense to me that Ethan and Xana were taken off first, and when Kaylee and Maddie got home, then
they were waiting for them.
Right. Maybe. And even like the fact that Kaylee was sitting up, right? I don't think she started the night in Maddie's bed. I think it's very possible that she
ran in there.
Was placed there, right? She maybe she was walking the dog. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
And she was put in the bed, after the fact. But yeah, the thing about Ethan and the autopsy always confused me because how can you have an autopsy after you're buried?
Man. And then there's one more thing I wanted to point out that Bubbly Waters always talks about is the possible sound on that Linden Lane light bulb camera of a gunshot. So whether it was a warning shot or something, it could have been a backfire from a car. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up. Let's end there, Jen. I'm overwhelmed right now, and I do have to get some rest for work tomorrow.
Okay.
That was a lot. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys, to shut it down only at 5 hours. I really am. I love you, Heather. Go eat some mac and cheese with your dog. So yeah, you okay with shutting it down there? Do you want to add anything else right now? I'm literally shaking right now.
No, I'm fine.
You don't have to yell. I gotta get up at 4. Yay! But I slept really good the last couple days, so that's why I wanted to do this live. I had a lot of energy, and I wanted to play the video for Douglas and stuff like that, and I wanted to talk to you and do a follow up beyond JJ. I wanted to outdo JJ at his own game because he's gonna do one on the 12th. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I feel like we've talked about things that maybe haven't been. I know a lot of people have looked at this and said things, but those things that seem the most queer to me. What we said, and you pointed out that their conflicting statements aren't making any sense, and it points to them being in a different place. And
I think it makes no sense that they would have been just chilling in Bethany's room, going to sleep after all that. No way in hell. They would have left. I feel like they left and went next door, came up with a plan, talked to someone in, corporate sorority world or fraternity world or whatever, and waited strategically and came up with a story, and everything was okay. This step. And I feel like it was the 8-hour delay was on purpose.
Oh yeah.
To make it impossible to determine the time of death. I think with the white sedans, I feel like there were people that had roles to play.
It's a strategy. It's a part of.
It was all to confuse things on purpose. There's no way all these things, these coincidences, can be happenstance. It has to be by design.
It's
to
very
confuse on purpose.
It's very indicative of a strategy. The 8-hour. Now listen.
Right, a plan.
If it's at 2 o'clock, you're talking about even more of a delay, right?
Right.
Now another thing. What somebody reminded me of it real quick. The dog. How many coincident weird things can you roll up into one batter before you've ruined the pie?
Right.
So, okay, we'll end it there. And I
had
think
the dog
you...
with them, and they went next door, and the dog was placed there after the fact. That's what I think.
Wait, say that last part again?
I think they escaped, or maybe were never there to begin with. I don't think they were in the house. I think they knew what was happening, and they were next door. Or if they didn't know ahead of time, let's just give them that. They heard it happening and left and went next door. And for whatever reason, they waited. I don't know, because they're taught to not to contact headquarters first. It's on their rules.
Well, going back to if AR and Rolamata, or me and Rolamata, had given them this story and made this clown phone call, we'd be under the jail. And it makes even more sense now. For some reason, because they were girls, they...
women, it was okay. Like, no way.
And they're more than likely not even going to have to appear in the court during the trial. They'll probably do it via Zoom. I think a lot of people agree with me on that. They've known... Oh, that's a great point. Heather says, just remind everyone that Ellie has known since the 911 call that the 4 a.m., because they say it happened at 4 o'clock or whatever in the phone call, is the time of the crime. So why did they ever tell the public 3 to 4 or 2 or whatever? Wow. That's amazing.
That's a really good point. I didn't even think of it that way.
No shit.
Same reason. I always thought it was weird that they were asking for video footage between 3 to 6 a.m., I believe. But then at the same time, they were asking for the public's assistance on determining Ethan and Xana's whereabouts. So why are you starting at 3? You know what I'm saying? Like, you say they got home at 1:45. Why wouldn't you want from 1 o'clock, you know?
Okay, I had one more thing.
Okay, let's go. We go to sleep.
Yeah. Say goodnight, Jen.
Good night, everybody.
Say goodnight, Jen.
Good night, Jen.
Love you guys. Appreciate you being here. I'll let the chat run for a little bit longer. And thank you for being my mods, everybody.